Hey, mate, 40 here. So, have you ever been taken by a con? Have you ever been taken in by somebody's lies? And then have you ever thought about what was your role in getting taken in? Philosopher Misinformation has unbelievable amount of common sense for an academic philosopher. He's got a post on Substack this morning. The con. The typical con has 4 elements. 1, a background desire you have that is unsatisfied. So I have some strong narcissistic tendencies, such as I want to be a star, I want to be the man, I want everybody watching me, I want everyone talking about me, I want everyone paying attention to me. So that's a background desire that I often have running in the just underneath the surface. Then 2, a story that appeals to that desire. So for me, it often take the form of some pretty young woman asking me a question. 3, an action that the scammer wants you to do. So I've been the recipient of those pig butcher scams where you meet some attractive woman on an online dating site and she starts asking you about yourself, and then she starts drawing you in. And with the pig butcher scam, they don't try to get you in right away. They get to know you, and then they play on your weaknesses. Now, I've never been taken in any of these scams, but I've been curious how they operate. So I played along with probably 4 of them. 4, some supposed connection between the story and the action, so that if you believe the story, you are supposed to do the action. So cons typically based on universal human drives, such as the desire for money or the fear of death, or the con may be tailored to a particular group, say progressives or incels, and the con artist will observe your type, identify your biases and your psychological needs, and the action will be something that serves the con artist's interests. Okay, so Michael Humer says, doesn't religion fit this pattern? Right, desire, the near universal desire for life and happiness, and end to pain and strife, the desire to be reunited with their loved ones. So story, there's a place where there's maximum happiness, love, and everything good and nothing bad. And there's a powerful entity who wants to give you infinite amounts of goodness. Action, join the religion. So even if this were true, there are all sorts of cons that serve you. So let's just say religion is a con. For many people, it will serve them to be taken in and to take the action of the con. So I'm not someone who believes that truth is always the most important value. For my podcast, for my thinking about the wider world, I try to optimize for truth, but I recognize that in our personal lives, often truth should not be our primary value. It should be effectiveness and happiness, and often you become more effective and more happy believing things that are false. What about left-wing scams? Right? Political scamming is soaring in popularity as people on both sides of the political spectrum have become ridiculous suckers. So the desire is to have your ideological beliefs confirmed, to own the other side, or to participate in striking a blow for your side. Think about left-wing scams. Woke leftists have a standing desire to believe that racism is all over the place, to position themselves as crusaders against it, and to believe that the other side is evil. So you have all these hate hoaxes where Jussie Smollett and just dozens of hate hoaxes where supposedly you had a noose or you had the N-word scrawled someplace, and it usually turns out that these things are a hoax just designed to gin up attention. So Jussie Smollett knew how to take advantage. Tell a story about how you are a victim of racism. Then DEI training, right? A lot of people make millions of dollars positioning themselves as anti-racist, and they know how to stop racism in your workplace. Now, it's not a scam in the sense that a corporation who employs these people, it can benefit them in any kind of litigation to show that they are actively taking steps to minimize racism. So not every damn thing is a scam, right? Many things that on the surface look like a scam, in fact, serve people. So religion, for example, if you're totally secular, you're an atheist, it's easy to believe that religion's a total scam. But many people are better off believing in God and ultimate reward and punishment. All right, so let's go back here to Michael Humer's thoughtful essay. Right, scams are usually something that's too good to be true. So for left-wing scams, These unpleasant realities might include there are many good people who disagree with you. There isn't any single cheap way to get Black Americans to succeed and to close the income gap. And these methods that would make a difference would require Black people themselves to change. It can't all be done by whitey. So the too good to be true claim would be that the problems of Black America can be fixed by having white progressives sit around and talk about their ideology. Progressives have a standing desire to see Donald Trump discredited and humiliated. So this makes them vulnerable to any story that makes Donald Trump look bad, such as the very fine people meme, definitely bogus, or the story about Donald Trump's P-tape, it said in Moscow, likely bogus. Now, this, on the other hand, makes it easier for Trump supporters to dismiss damaging stories about Donald Trump that are true. Then there are right-wing scams, such as the 2020 election was stolen, right? Maybe there's some, brilliant, ultra-competent person who is defeating you, George Soros, and he's the bad guy, and if you just subvert George Soros, then we can live in a beautiful world. So how to avoid getting scammed? Know your biases, know your weaknesses. All right, I have a weakness for the attention of pretty young women, and I have a weakness for attention, period. Right? If you're on the right, know that you're biased towards stories about dangerous members of outgroups or perfidious deeds done by your political enemies. If you're libertarian, you're biased towards stories about evil or incompetent governments. So anytime you're biased towards something or anything that you hold sacred, you're going to become more liable to scams when you bond with other people. Right? These ties bind you and they blind you. So that's why it's excellent to take a break from everything that you think you know, such as right now, I will take a break from everything that I think I know. And you'll notice as I took a break from everything that I thought I know, I went up because I let go of unnecessary tension in my head, in my neck, in my back. So every thought, every belief is accompanied by increased muscular tension. That doesn't mean you should never think. That doesn't mean you should never have any beliefs. But recognize that you'll always start tensing up the more intensely you believe or want something. And so stepping out of your desires and stepping out of one's assurance that one knows certain things and just moving into a space of awareness rather than judgment, your neck will free up, your shoulders will unlock, and you'll very likely physically move up in the world, and you'll have more clarity with regard to what's going on around you and what's going on inside of you, right? There are very few pure altruists who just want to give you stuff or just want to give your side stuff. So people do things that serve your interests, and reality is not designed for our convenience. So if you hear a story that plays into your desires and your biases, it's probably BS. I was just watching Andreessen on the Free Press with Barry Weiss. He's got a podcast, Honestly, with Barry Weiss. I've never been a big Barry Weiss fan or a big Barry Weiss detractor, but I did recently pay out, $80 for a subscription to the Free Press. I recognize her high level of accomplishment, and I think this is, I've only probably spent fewer than 4 hours listening to Barry Weiss in my life. But overall, I'm impressed by the quality of her questions for Marc Andreessen. So Marc Andreessen is a tech entrepreneur and venture capitalist. He was the primary bloke behind the Netscape browser in the mid-1990s. So I'm impressed by this Barry Weiss interview. Here we go.
Marc Andreessen, welcome to Honestly.
It's great to be here.
I'm really happy to have you. I have to say, I have never seen you with more of a pep in your step and more of a kind of perma smile on your face than I have over the last 4 weeks in public. And I think that that's because Donald Trump won the election. And I want to understand, and I want everyone listening to this to understand, what made you so happy about it? And what about Trump's win to you felt so fundamentally important for America?
Yeah, so I'd start by saying, first of all, it's morning in America, so I am very happy. I do think the analogy for what's happening right now is 1980. But look, I would start by saying it's not just Donald Trump, but Trump's victory is part of it. But I think below that are two other things. So one is just in the election generally, there was, as you know, a dramatic shift to the right.
I've never paid a lot of attention to the pronouncements of Marc Andreessen, but every time his public posts and public pronouncements have caught my attention, I've been impressed. Right? He normally strikes me as a bloke with pretty good common sense and not a big bloviator like Elon Musk. Right? Elon Musk posts and says so many things that are nonsense that my BS meter just goes off when I hear Elon Musk speaking. I have not had that experience listening to Marc Andreessen.
Across broad swaths of the population, by the way, including in California. And one of the stories that hasn't fully been, I think, realized is the extent to which, number one, a lot of actually counties, districts in California actually went red this time. Including some that hadn't been read in, I think, 30 years. And then the other is just like even in places like San Francisco, there was a pretty significant vote shift. And then the youth vote, is I think maybe the single biggest part of what happened, which is the kids are not, the kids are changing. So that's happening. But and then I would say even beyond that, even beyond the partisan politics of it, it feels like the last decade has been a very, I would say, emotionally dark and sort of repressive time. And you have talked about and written about many aspects of that. But we've certainly felt it. In many ways, Silicon Valley was on the vanguard of sort of the what you might call sort of a soft authoritarian kind of social revolution starting about 10 years ago, 12 years ago. And that sort of soft repressive authoritarianism had a real negative impact on basically my whole world, the tech industry.
Bob makes a great point in the chat. You get energy listening to Marc Andreessen. I find it vitally important to have all sorts of different energy sources, and Marc Andreessen, he needs to go on my list for energy sources.
The country, and I think an entire generation of young people, and so we'll see. It certainly feels like that's cracked. I'm getting all the I get all these little data points. I'm in the venture capital business, and so I get all these little data points on kind of things that are changing, from people in all these different industries, and like there's just so many little micro stories right now of like movie projects that were dead in the water in October that all of a sudden have come alive, or people who now think that they can write the book that they never thought they'd be able to write, or comedians who think they can tell jokes that they couldn't tell. So there are all these little sparks, kind of firing all over the place. And people basically, essentially poking their head out of the, frozen tundra of the culture, and sort of realizing that it's actually okay to like laugh and play and have fun and, build things, do things, hire on merit, celebrate success. And then underneath that is sort of, fundamentally be proud of the country, be happy about the country, be patriotic, which I think has a lot to do with it.
How despairing were you? Like, there were many people sort of broadly in your world.
So one disturbing trend that I noticed in America over the past 10 years, not something I've written about or spoken about, but I've thought about it a little too often for my level of happiness, and that's the trend of debanking. Someone gets, they lose their bank account simply for their politics. And that's incredibly disturbing. And it's not primarily coming from individual bank managers making personal, nasty decisions. This is from a structure set up by the Temporary Asset Relief Purchase Program from 2008. And then this program has almost been wholly weaponized by Democrats, not by Republicans, against their opponents. So in her new memoir, former First Lady Melania Trump reveals that she was abruptly dropped by a bank with which she had a long-standing financial relationship, and her son Barron was blocked from opening a new account at the same bank. And we've just heard so many stories of banks just refusing to provide services to would-be customers. Now, I understand if there's evidence that the person is a scam artist, but if people are losing their bank account simply because they have right-wing politics, that's disturbing. So the Obama administration developed this Operation Choke Point, targeting specific industries such as firearms, ammunition manufacturers, and pressuring banks to cut off financial services. That's disturbing. Obama's IRS delayed the processing of nonprofit status for right-wing Tea Party entities. That's disturbing. And you just get more and more of these stories. And it does feel a little bit like a soft version of totalitarianism. And then I want to talk about instinctive disgust reactions. So there's nothing that I regularly find disturbing in movies and TV as sex scenes between dudes, particularly that I'm not expecting. I recently had to start watching the Netflix thriller series Black Doves because it would not let up on these incessant, explicit homo sex scenes. Right? It was after about the seventh one, and I don't think I was even finished with the first episode, that I just gave up and stopped watching it. And if this was just a unique homophobic reaction on my part, I wouldn't talk about it. But there was a study carried out by the American Institute of Bisexuality, and if there is any prestigious institution that Republicans and Democrats can both respect, it's the American Institute of Bisexuality. And even those who are completely accepting of the LGBT community and gay marriage, all right, the most liberal people often have a visceral physical reaction showing two men loving each other, right? Kissing, hugging, and engaging in sex. And so there is a saliva. There is in our saliva, there's a digestive enzyme, alpha amylase, AMYLASE, which is linked to disgust. And when you present people with pictures of gay men kissing, right, the participants would produce these disgust enzymes at the same level as when they're confronted with unexpected images of rotting flesh and maggots. And the level of disgust that was measured in this enzyme release was exactly the same for those who were pro-LGBT and gay marriage and those who are not. So I do think that we have these involuntary precognitive reactions to the world around us, and that by and large, our disgust reactions serve us. And it's curious that a business that wants to be successful and to make money would just so often put in scenes that elicit from ordinary people the same sort of disgust as you would if you'd put in scenes of rotting flesh and maggots. And overall, in 2024, the American box office was was down, but there was an exception: religious films. Right, religious films are a saving grace in tough year for Hollywood, says the Financial Times. So, religious films are a consistent money winner, and putting unexpected male-male sex scenes into a movie or a TV show just turned so many people off. Why does Hollywood keep doing this to us? And I'm willing to put up with some male sex scenes, male on male sex scenes, if I overall want to see the movie or the TV show. So I loved the movie Brokeback Mountain about gay cowboys. There are about 4 scenes in there, 4 homo scenes that I just stopped watching. And I read in advance that if I just stepped away for a minute for each of those scenes, that otherwise I could enjoy the movie. And I think I watched the movie twice. I loved that movie. And I loved the Aaron Hernandez series, American Sports Story. And almost every episode was just filled with gay sex scenes. And I was willing to just look away and put up with that because overall I loved the series. I wasn't willing to put up with it with a mediocre Netflix production such as Black Doves. So ABC lost hundreds of thousands of dollars back around 1990 when advertisers were upset with a scene in their TV show 30-something in which 2 gay male characters appear in bed together talking about their one-night stand that they just enjoyed. So this brief sequence cost the network more than $1 million in lost revenue. I'm reading from Michael Medved's 1992 book, Hollywood versus America. But following that fiasco, top ABC officials assured the TV show producers that they would fully support any further exploration of the gay characters' lives. Then they authorized another show in the next season, 1991, which the same 2 characters exchange a midnight kiss at a New Year's Eve party. This time, advertiser withdrawals cost the network more than $500,000. And the co-creator, Ed Zwick, says, "I'm grateful that ABC was willing to air the program at a loss." So many producers of entertainment are so devoted to promoting homosexuality that they are willing to incur millions and millions of dollars of losses and embittered and unhappy viewers. And the president of ABC Entertainment told the press that his support for this embattled episode reflected his social and creative responsibilities. In January 1992, NBC aired an edition of Quantum Leap about a heroic homosexual cadet who becomes the victim of gay bashing. And the producers of the series were willing to accept liability for any lost advertising revenue associated with the episode's controversial content. And they swallowed the loss themselves, about $500,000. So again and again, you see producers swallowing significant financial losses, and in their community, this is praised as unselfish devotion to principle. Right? Normally, this would be seen as a stubborn refusal to respond to public and advertising concerns about highly sensitive material. So in much of the entertainment industry, the famous bottom line is not always the bottom line, that there's something else that comes before that, and that's pushing a particular agenda. So in a 1990 study of Hollywood opinion leaders, 70% said they supported gay rights, compared to only 12% of people in the country generally in 1987. And in August 1991, top executives from all 4 TV networks and from the 8 largest movie studios served together on a host committee for a gala dinner to benefit the National Gay and Lesbian Task Force. And when I tried to look up this topic on Google, I scrolled through dozens of responses, and I could not find one that treated this disgust reaction with any sympathy or respect. And so you really have to go to more lowbrow content posting boards to see this disgust reaction articulated. So Maggot 9428 posts on patriots.win. I've had it with this BS. I'm so tired of seeing gay stuff thrown into otherwise normal TV shows. If a movie or TV show is going to have gay sex scenes, then it needs to be a movie or TV show intentionally made for gay people. But just pushing this gay stuff into regular TV shows that aren't about gay stuff is more than obnoxious. It's intolerable and disgusting. Straight men do not want to watch dudes kissing and effing other dudes. It's repulsive and completely necessary. And I scroll and I scroll and I scroll and I scroll on Google, and I can't find any respectful treatment of our disgust response and our pain. I guess our pain and our disgust response does not matter for the executives at Google. Now, I did find a much more even-handed reaction on Grok. So I wrote into Grok, I hate seeing gay scenes in movies and TV. And there was a section of the Grok response that was respectful, noting some individuals express discomfort or dislike for these scenes. This discomfort might not necessarily stem from homophobia, but from a general aversion to sex scenes or unfamiliarity with non-heterosexual relationships. You don't have to have a lack of familiarity. You just may not want to see it depicted. And there are also oversaturation concerns that these gay scenes have become excessive, particularly if you watch Netflix. And we've got an essay here on LinkedIn. I don't mind if people are gay or transgender. I'm offended to see this rammed down my throat every TV show I watch as if it's normal when it isn't. I don't accept that. I shouldn't be forced to. Be gay, but don't be overly graphic about it to prove my point. Right? I don't enjoy watching gay sex scenes. I find it repulsive. In my opinion, it would be better to insinuate it. That's enough. And gay characters are dramatically overrepresented on TV. About 10% of characters on primetime TV are gay. And in the general population, we're talking about 2%. And there are just a disproportionate number of gay characters on Netflix shows. And Grok linked to this post on X. I'm getting so tired of almost every show and movie coming out and having some male, homosexual, effeminate character. It adds nothing to the story. Now, I also read into Grok. I find it disturbing, and I believe that this is a widespread human response. I find it disturbing when I can't immediately tell if somebody is male or female. And the response I got back from Grok here was purely PC. Luke, it sounds like you're grappling with some discomfort around gender ambiguity. This is a common feeling for many people as societal norms around gender become less binary. So I needed some comfort for my feelings of distress. So I put the word distress into Rony Guldmann's work in progress, Conservative Claims of Cultural Oppression. I received a lot more empathy for my lived experience. So psychic distress is mental pain, right? It's clearly something that most people would prefer to avoid. And the conduct that causes it, right, is harmful. for those who experience it, you would think it would get respect within the harm principle, don't gratuitously cause people harm. Right? If people get satisfaction or happiness from living in a particular kind of community, then conduct that subverts that type of community and thus reduces happiness is an infliction of harm. Yet liberals will greet these claims with peremptory dismissal and dismissive indignation. And then second entry in Rony's book, talking about the old Victorians, they had an undeserved reputation as meddlesome moralists and officious busybodies. They would in reality have been as distressed by the overtness and formality of college regulations governing sexual conduct as by the conduct of promiscuity. And then there was an excellent entry in Rony's book on therapism, where we use the therapeutic model as a moral model. And therapism, taking therapy too far, seeks to professionalize normal human distress, normal human sadness, and appropriate common sense as its own special province, and thus persuade the public that the public requires specialized therapeutic assistance to cope with normal human travails. So, enfeebling the objects of its compassion, therapism is an assault on the American creed and its paramount virtues of self-reliance, stoicism, and courage. And by undermining these virtues, therapism has slid America into a permanent regime of therapeutic self-absorption and moral debility. And when conservatives resist the solicitude of therapeutically minded liberals, right, they're signaling their rejection of the disciplines and repressions of the Buffett identity. They see this as therapeutic self-absorption, and conservative antagonism to therapeutic ideals is just one part of their broader resistance to the liberal elite's ordering impulses, and rejecting this hygienic liberal elite conception of life in favor of embracing the trials of everyday life. Conservatives are embracing the pre-modern anti-structure that forever upsets all human designs. Conservatives are effectively announcing their resignation to the flux and disorder that is inherent in life that the modern liberal elites refuse to acknowledge.
I think Elon Musk most obviously, who repeated again and again in the weeks leading up to the election that if Donald Trump didn't win, if the right didn't come to power, this was going to be the last American election. Did you buy that?
All right, that was stupid. No, I never bought that. I didn't believe, well, I may have believed back in 2016 that this was the Flight 93 election, but in retrospect, I don't believe that either the 2016, 2020, 2024, or any American election has been the equivalent of the Flight 93 election, where the very future of the American Republic was at stake. So, no, don't buy that.
Companies and what you've termed little tech, in other words, startup founders, how does the dynamic break down politically?
Yeah, so to start with, I would say this has been a misperception, and I believe actually fostered by the press for a long time, a misperception that Silicon Valley is some haven of libertarian, ideologues, lunatics. Silicon Valley, my entire career, certainly from the 80s, I got here in the 90s, but like certainly back to the 80s, and I'm sure probably the 70s and 60s too, is overwhelmingly just like straight up Democrats.
I mean, it's basically like the faculty of an Ivy League university, like maybe 100%. Slightly more balanced, but barely.
Yeah, you have companies where literally like the donations are like 99 to 1, right? Yeah. And so, and by the way, that is reflective of like if you took the top 200 executives at these big companies, that's roughly how it would break down. It's like overwhelmingly the elites in Silicon Valley and California are still, they're still exactly where they were. Like they haven't changed. So look, the vast majority of the CEOs, executives, founders of the big tech companies are still exactly where they were. The vast majority of the, employee bases, especially you would say like in the creative fields, there's a little bit of a sort by field, but like you go into like any of the front end designers, developers, the people who build consumer apps, like all that stuff, it's going to be very, very, very left wing. And it's the same thing, but it's the same thing in the Fortune 500. It's the same thing in the universities. It's the same thing in the press. It's the same thing in the big bureaucracies. Like it is the generalized phenomenon. And so the Valley is just part of that. And so I think what you have is you have this elite monoculture that's sort of very comfortably in power. And then you have this counter elite that is, starting with Elon, is kind of coming in on top. and not to take huge credit for this myself, but I think a bunch of the people in the counter elite are like clearly like more successful, clearly more productive, better results than most people in the elite. So Berners' framework on this is, he calls it the circulation of elites. And it's basically the idea of you have an elite class, and then you have a group of up-and-comers who are like aspirates to the elite class. And what the elite class does to retain its own status is it invites the aspirants into itself. So you get pulled into the elite, and you're in, right? You're in. And then, by the way, you don't want to do anything that would cause you to get kicked out, because, like, it's great. It's amazing. And these are all amazing people, and they're doing so much, and they all return your calls, and it's fantastic. And you're being praised, and everybody loves you, and, like, it's just wonderful. And you're on the side of goodness and justice and, freedom and equality and, all these things. It's just amazing, right? You're so great. You're doing so many great things for black people, right? It's just like, it's just amazing, right? And you just, like, live in that world, right? And so, anyway... And so the sort of Burnham Pareto kind of argument on that is that lasts for as long as it lasts, until at some point there's a counter elite. There's a set of people who ideally are even better, are even more accomplished, are even higher status elites who basically come in and basically say, no, like, this is not right. This is not how this should work. This has gone corrupt.
But how does that group of counter elite, like, I'm sure you've noticed, there's just such sort of sycophantic behavior going on right now towards...
James Burnham made the point in The Machiavellians and in his other book from the 1940s, I think called The Managerial Revolution, that every society, every community is going to be ruled by an oligarchy. It's just a question of which oligarchy. And so there's not much alternative. There is zero alternative to having elites, but elites do change over time. And the migration of all sorts of tech elites in particular over to the Donald Trump side is significant. So during the 2024 election, it seemed like billionaires were about 20-1 on the side of the Democrats. But now that Trump won, I suspect that more and more of them are migrating over to a Trump-friendly approach. And so Donald Trump's platform can be summed up as popularism. So popularism means that the people unite, and a united people refuses to accept undiluted elite rule, or it pushes for its own elites. And so if Donald Trump's side of the political equation can develop its own think tanks, can develop its own intellectuals, can develop its own media, can provide a way for intellectuals to feel important and to make a living, you can have the emergence of an intellectual counter-elite. Populism often wins elections, but it rarely succeeds in governing, because almost by definition, it does not have the support of institutions. And to succeed in governing and to perpetuate your politics, you have to develop or take over institutions, right? No institutions, no meaningful success. So let's say you want to make a better world, you believe in God, then you're only going to have significant influence in the world if you join an institution such as organized religion. If you want to change the world, you have to organize. And if you want to bring back a certain moral ethos that is consonant with your particular religion, then you need to join and perpetuate organized religion. You're not going to get much better at anything unless you join forces with other people, unless you join a group, unless you take on mentors, right? You're going to grow so much more. You're going to become so much more effective in life if you're part of something organized rather than just lashing out on your own. So I wouldn't have the energy to do these live streams and to make blog posts if I didn't have people in my life who responded to things that I said and wrote. And so that I was getting real life energy, real life reaction, and thinking about specific individuals who are important to me, who also check out the things that I have to say and give me feedback on them.
Particular members at the vanguard of that counter elite of people sort of just really brown nosing and like trying to get in good.
No. There's been so much brown nosing in the other direction for my entire life.
As someone who just like doesn't like brown nosing and doesn't like, how do you avoid How do you avoid the same ditto head behavior of everyone sitting around the table in Aspen or whatever? I'm sure there's some famous restaurant there.
So it sounds like Barry Weiss is not 10 out of 10 in agreeableness. For most people, they're going to be more happy, more successful in life if they're more agreeable than disagreeable. But some people have enough value that they can bring to the table in terms of brave, unusual insights that a life strategy of being more disagreeable than agreeable will work for the rare person.
Nodding along to whatever, Tom Friedman wrote about Israel and the Middle East in the New York Times that day. Like, how do you not replicate that same mirror image behavior on the other side, or is that unavoidable according to you and Burnham?
I'm getting all these calls now, and I'm not like, it's not like I'm, like I'm not like hanging out with Trump every night, although Elon is, but I'm not. But, I'm connected enough where I'm getting all these calls now from people where it's like, they were fully, certified members of the woke vanguard, executives at these companies, fully committed to every possible cause you can imagine, who all of a sudden are like, oh, I'm starting to rethink things. And, oh, by the way, I've got an idea for, Elon, or I've got an idea for the Doge,
Right.
or I've got an idea
Right,
for...
like who in their right mind would criticize Elon Musk right now? Not just because he's so powerful, but, we know what he does to people who disagrees with him. So, like, how do you avoid that? Like, how do you create an create an anti-fragile counter elite is maybe the right way to phrase it.
Yeah, so look, I think part of the answer is you don't. There's now an orbit of... There's now a universe of power. I mean, what do you know happens when people get around power, or they think they can get proximity to power? Like, there's always a court, right? Again, this would be like a Burnham thing. Like, there's always a court. There's always a Sun King. There's always a court. There's always a power center, and people are always going to try to get to it, right? And so I think that's a permanent state of affairs. I think my main reaction to what you're saying is actually, though, that it's still so strong in the other direction, right? Like, sitting here today, is still the case that 90+% of the people in tech are on the other side. It's still the case that 90+% of the Fortune 500, 90+% of the universities, 90+% of the experts, 90+% of the bureaucrats. The thing is they didn't do that by like building rockets, right? They didn't do that by building things that like matter. They did that by basically being part of the government complex. And so like overwhelmingly the power structure in the country, overwhelmingly the elites in the country, by the way, it's the same thing. It's like Trump's billionaires. Like billionaires overwhelmingly went for Harris over Trump, like 100-1, like overwhelmingly, right?
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
But again,
and so it's so
that's the elite that just lost.
I know. But my point is like that hasn't. I don't think.
Okay, time for a quick comedic break. This is Nick Fuentes talking about Israel as a serious country.
And you got to give credit where it's due. We don't have to like it. We don't have to support it. But credit where it's due. This is what a serious country looks like. And as much as we don't like them, as much as we do not support them, this is what a serious country does. And Netanyahu is a serious leader. And contrary to what many people said, many of the military analysts and other people have said, Israel is making good on its word. They said after October 7th that they would fundamentally transform the balance of power in the region. They said the geopolitical dynamic would never be the same. And after a year, they're living up to that. Hamas has been destroyed. They have full security control over Gaza. They have eliminated the leadership and communications infrastructure of Hezbollah. They have destroyed their headquarters. They have forced them north of the Litani River. And then after all that, which was pretty remarkable, particularly the campaign against Hezbollah was lauded, even by Netanyahu's critics, as a major success. They not only oversaw Bashar al-Assad's departure, but they also destroyed Syria's military, and Iran has left the country. They have neutralized, understand, this is not just one blow, this is a 1-2 punch against Syria and Lebanon. If Iran is no longer able to use Syria as a forward operating base, Hezbollah is completely isolated. They are choked off, and Iran's influence over them diminishes significantly. So Lebanon has been neutralized with the departure of Iran from Syria. And now, by bombing Syria's military and destroying all their hardware, now Syria has been completely neutralized. And they add yet another country to the total of their neighbors, which previously opposed them, which previously supported the Palestinians, which has been completely and utterly defeated.
Over.
Okay, what the heck happened in Syria? So there's a new X account called Syria 2024 that has an excellent timeline on what happened in Syria. How did this 54-year-old rule have such an abrupt closing chapter? This account was created to help shed light on the key events that led to December 8 and the departure of Assad. So, countdown to Assad's fall started October 7, 2023. Hamas initiated an attack on Israel. While the world was shocked by the event, few thought that this massacre would have anything to do with Assad or his downfall nearly a year later. So, if Hamas started the chain link that would lead to Assad's fall, it was the decision of Hezbollah and Nasrallah to open up a front on Israel's northern border from Lebanon that would turn out to be a decisive mistake for what has been known as the resistance axis. September 27, 2024 was both a symbolic and real turning point when Israel decided to kill Nasrallah as one of the key figures in the resistance axis. That day, Assad lost his number one ally, confidant, financial, and manpower resource. So Assad now had less than $3 million left, $3 million. Why was Hezbollah and Nasrallah so important to Assad? As Syria's war started, Assad soon found out that his army was not committed enough to die for him. As economic sanctions started to bite, his ability to pay his soldiers waned further. Standards of living were in free fall for all his citizens, including those in the army. Now, was Syria ruled by the Alawites or the Assad family that happened to be Alawite? The answer to this question is critical, but it has received little attention. Based on numerous interviews, the answer seems to be clear. Syria was ruled by the Assad family, and Alawites were used by the family, while the community also benefited from this two-way relationship. The Alawites made up most of the key intelligence agencies as well as the senior figures in the army. Right, the Alawites did not put up a fight when the final chapter arrived. Why? Assad was good at anything. It was to convince the minorities, as well as many capitals, that without him and his family rule, all minorities and even secular citizens were doomed. Alawites fully believed this narrative and hence threw their fate to Assad's will. Now, as the war broke out and economic sanctions followed, paying the regular army became harder. Fighting and dying for Assad was getting more difficult to rally as financial resources dwindled. As that unfolded, Assad realized he needed to garner support from groups whose commitment didn't need money, but ideology, religion, and sectarian identity fervor. Enter the Shia and Hezbollah's fear of Sunni Islam as another tool for Assad to exploit. The more Assad relied on Shia militia groups and Iran, the more he alienated his own majority Sunni population as well as regional capitals. Alawites were not happy with Shia groups or the Iranians expanding their influence in Syria. But these Alawites were made to believe that these groups were the only allies that shared their fear of the Sunnis. And that's a story that Assad was happy to exploit. Assad hates being tied to one patron, so he improved ties with United Arab Emirates because he didn't want to be fully reliant on either Iran or Russia. And improving ties with Abu Dhabi convinced Assad that should things deteriorate, he now had access to a rich, powerful, and resourceful capital that can come to his defense should things take a turn for the worse. As Israel pummeled Hezbollah, made the decision to destroy the Iranian influence in the region, one capital read the chessboard perfectly. Enter Turkey, led by Erdogan. And he decided to expand his power as Iran retreated. First genius move out of Ankara, Turkey, was to publicly reach out to Assad to make him believe that the Turkish leadership was keen to hold talks with him about teaming up against the Kurds. This outreach was made while knowing full well that Assad was going to reject it. The purpose was to show Assad that Ankara was in a conciliatory rather than offensive posture toward Damascus. This made Assad ignore or downplay the constant intel about impending attacks by the opposition. The assault on Aleppo started December 2nd while Assad was attending his son's graduation in Moscow. Russia knew this had passed this information to Turkey. Turkey had the Syrian armed groups led by HTS ready to pounce on the day Assad is out of the country. Aleppo was their first target. The outcome was devastating and shocking. The armed groups literally walked through Syria's second largest city without any resistance. Why was it so easy? Because the salaries of the Syrian army officer class were barely $30 American a month. Conscripts were only making $10 a month. Senior officers were letting their subordinates stay home to collect their salaries to make ends meet. The army was hollowed out from the inside. Precious few were left to fight. Hezbollah fighters stationed in Aleppo were distracted and busy helping the party defend itself against Israel and Lebanon. Iranian and Iraqi militias, too, had retreated back since their peak presence and support in 2017. So by the time the December 2nd attack ensued, the city had hardly any manpower to defend it. Assad himself was gone in Moscow. He was convinced that Turkey was keen on holding talks with him. Little did he know this was all part of the plan to let his guard down and totally misjudge Turkey's intention. As Aleppo fell to the opposition, Assad held talks with Putin, pleading for help. Given the poor performance of the Syrian army in Aleppo, Putin was in no mood to commit his men while the war in Ukraine was still raging. Assad flew back to Damascus, soon met with Iran's foreign minister in Damascus, and he heard that Iran was not particularly interested in helping him. While the attack on Aleppo happened in daylight, the advance on Hama and Homs took place at night. Syrian Air Force had no capability to strike at night, but the Russians did. Was Turkey also assured that those Russian attacks would not take place? So we have numerous signs of Turkish and Russian coordination. As the armed groups reached Hama without any Russian Air Force response, the Syrian army disintegrated. Assad's generals were led to believe the president would pull out a last rabbit out of his hat through his relationship with Abu Dhabi. As it turned out, they were deadly wrong. He was already at a Russian air base waiting for Putin's final nod to flee the country for good. It is telling that those who accompanied Assad on that last flight out of Syria were his two financial advisors and confidants. So what is the likely future of Syria post-Assad? Most of the answers will depend on what Turkey wants. Turkey is now the de facto power broker. Turkey is one big in Syria. That means the UAE lost, Iran lost, Russia lost. So Turkey has its own particular interests. They want economic prosperity. They want a Muslim Brotherhood light ideology. And Syrians will now become the new Erdogan experiment. And Turkey has every incentive to make this work. That's the only way that millions of Syrian refugees in Turkey will remain home. So thinking off the top of my head, the only major country now under dominant Iranian control is Iraq. Right? Iraq remains a subordinate province, essentially, of Iran. I wonder how long that will last. Let's get Kip back onto the show. Kip, what's going on, man?
Well, I may be crazy, but I ain't no fool. 1 and 1 is always 2. That's what I learned in school. Now I have known for many a year, you mustn't believe everything you hear. So I may be crazy, but I ain't no fool. How you doing, Luke?
Good, man. How are you?
You ever heard any of those old songs from the early 1900s?
Probably, though I don't remember that one.
No, but it speaks to the gullibility of people. I appreciate you saying some kind words for me at the end of, I don't know, one of your recent podcasts. Sometimes I feel like the bargain guy, you know what I mean? You got this thing going on, and here comes the bargain guy, you know? And whether or not you know it, there are some guys that like to sit around and watch you and Fox News together religiously. You know, it's a thing for them. And so whenever I'm calling in and talking to you, we're fucking that up. You get what I'm saying? We're pushing them to the side for a few minutes. So I know it's antagonistic to one of your super fans out there, maybe 5, you know, you never know. But you were speaking earlier, man, to the, I guess you'd say that the demoralization through perversion. You know, you were really just speaking to the perversion point, but On the demoralization point, which is just seems to be a major theme that I've noticed for several decades now. At its core, it just seems about we talked about that asabia, and it seems to be kind of like an acid to break down whatever asabia, whatever tradition, whatever values, whatever cohesiveness is left. I see that. I see that as being a big factor on this demoralization and this constant perversion, and they, this polymorphic perversity, the way they just can't get to the kids quick enough. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, I don't believe that any normal person is demoralized by this. You simply stop watching Netflix or reduce your consumption of particular movies and TV. Now, someone on the margins, right? Someone who's already isolated, someone who's consistently losing at life, someone who lacks strong ties to his family, friends, and community, and doesn't feel like his life matters to anyone, then that person is just a sitting duck for demoralization, whether it's this or 100 different things. But I don't believe that a normal person with normal relationships with his family, a normal career or educational path, is demoralized by this.
Mm-hmm. Well, this same cultural corrosiveness, this same acid, mark my words, Luke, it will take down the colleges. They will, if they haven't already, they will run afoul, and it'll just run through them like a hot knife through butter, which you and I know. Something better will come from the ashes, but UCLA will change. Will you hate to see it go, or will you be glad to see a new UCLA come up from the ashes? Just personally, what would you?
I don't believe that you're right. Graduates of UCLA are far more likely to get married and to stay married and to have kids within wedlock than those who don't graduate from college. So, in fact, our elite, those who graduate from our best colleges, they are far more likely to marry, stay married, and have kids within wedlock than those who don't graduate from college. So the system is by and large working out quite well for graduates of our elite institutions.
Mm-hmm. You were, we'll agree to disagree on that then.
Wait. Do you think I'm factually wrong, or do you think I'm just misinterpreting? Do you think I'm getting my facts wrong, or do you think my logic is wrong?
I think the colleges are toast.
Right, but my point was that graduates of our elite colleges are far more likely to marry, stay married, and have children within wedlock than those who don't graduate from college. So do you think I'm factually right or factually wrong there?
You're factually right on that part. You get what I'm saying? They seem to back the craziness, but when you look in their own, remember Charles Murray pointed this out, when you look in their own lives, they are very traditionalist. You get what I'm saying, Luke?
But why do you say they back the craziness? Why not say that they understand how to surf the craziness, because craziness is just an inherent part of life? So just because you graduate from UCLA or Harvard doesn't mean you back the craziness. It's just that you have learned to navigate the craziness.
This woke shit just didn't come right out of a vacuum. Those 160, whether Van Jones wants to admit it or not, those 160 towns, when pandemonium rang during the summer of Floyd, that didn't come out of a vacuum. Somebody spins that off. That's not organic, Luke. You don't believe that, do you, Luke?
Well, I don't quite understand what you're saying, but let me go back to what I do understand. And what I do understand, that most graduates of elite universities are not woke and are not backing woke. Do you think I'm factually wrong? They just know how to navigate woke.
No, but the reason I don't like just liberals in general now is because they allowed that stuff. They allowed that stuff to go on under their big ass tent, and it set their tent aflame, and it'll set this country aflame as it's doing right now. So,
So do you believe that most graduates of our elite universities back woke?
They're pandering to it, if nothing else, Luke.
So let's say I've had rabbis, right? I've joined synagogues where the rabbi said a lot of things that I thought were stupid, but I joined the synagogue for all sorts of reasons. And just because I paid my dues and attended that synagogue does not mean that I back the stupid things that my rabbi was saying. And so too, if I graduate from an institution, doesn't mean that I back the stupid things that go on at the institution. It means that I simply know how to navigate reality, and to enjoy the company of my friends and my community, I have to put up with a certain amount of craziness, no matter the community that I join. So if you pay your dues and you graduate from an institution, or you attend a particular communal organization, it doesn't mean that you then support everything that happens in that institution. You are navigating or using that institution and putting up with the craziness, because you can't have any friendships and you can't have any community without putting up with a certain level of craziness. And it simply would be maladaptive to try to take on craziness within your own community. You're just going to usually commit social suicide if you try that.
10-4, Luke. I know what you're saying. You're going along to get along, but I'm just saying it's a slippery slope. And somebody like me, to thine own self be true. Well, that's the reason I end up sticking my foot in my mouth every once in a while. You know what I mean? You do a better job of navigating that shit. You get what I'm saying, Luke? Where I do draw the line in the sand a little bit, where you bite your tongue a little bit out of convenience, whatever. So it's just a different, it's different paths, my friend. I'm not saying anything negative to you about it. Barry Weiss, you were just playing some Barry Weiss.
Let's go back to your point, though, that these institutions are going to burn down. So every human institution has a great deal of craziness. And so why are you convinced that these institutions will burn down when the best and brightest, right, the 100 smartest people at any of these universities, I would wager to you, is not woke? That while there is considerable wokeness within these institutions, the best and the brightest at these institutions are not woke. Do you agree, disagree?
The best and brightest are not woke. No, I'd say they are. They are.
Okay, so who are examples? Who are examples of the best and the brightest who are woke? Who are the most accomplished, the sharpest, the most innovative intellectuals and academics who are woke? Because all the wokesters that I can think of are mediocrities.
No, but I'm telling you that the people at the top are making room for that stuff. They're placating it. They're not. That queerness, all that craziness. Nixon was right. He's saying you tolerate it, but you don't glorify it. You don't celebrate it. And if anything, those people at the top of those institutions you're talking about, they're doing too much glorifying, too much celebrating. They're not just saying, hey, motherfucker, we know you exist. Now stay over in the corner and know your station. They're not doing that.
But you can't name any of the best and the brightest who are woke.
That's an oxymoron by definition.
No, you said that the best and the brightest are significantly woke. I said name one, and you can't name one, which doesn't mean you're wrong, right? But it's worth a point worth considering.
That's not the only reason that they are going down, Luke. I mean, a guy, Robert Anton Wilson, used to have something he called the jumping Jesus phenomenon, to try to explain. He was trying to explain, how fast information comes, and this will also, if I don't get it convoluted, this will also maybe explain to you why I think the center of everything, from the time of Babylon, if you'll notice, it keeps going westward, and eventually it'll cross over into Asia. And it may, be getting ready to do that right now, but not to get in my head of myself. Information. I sent you a tape talking about a guy at the CIA talking about...
Yeah, Martin Gurry. I read his book. I've been aware of him for about 10 years.
Remember that little piece I clipped for you? Between 2000 and 2001, information doubled. Mm-hmm. The amount of information they were having to sift through doubles. What is that? What does that mean happened from 2001 to 2002? Another doubling. From 2002 to 2003, another doubling. And now I watched somebody giving away a book. She's got a book she's getting ready to give to her mom, a friend of mine. And it's all, the whole damn thing was put together by AI. You just plugged in like 15, 20 things about this person, and it generates a whole book, puts her face on the cover. And now they're going to dig us up, and we're all going to have books, written by AI or by ourselves or whatever. I'm just saying, on one level, let me try to get back to Robert Anton Wilson's jumping Jesus theory. He basically was trying to explain from 1 AD to 1500 AD, there was a doubling of information. And then from 1500 to 1750, there was another doubling of information. And this doubling just got more frequent and more frequent and more frequent. And that fellow you just mentioned, he steps right off onto the same subject, talking about it's more frequent and more frequent. If we've got our antenna out there, and we know that things are always changing, nothing is ever cemented in stone. We're always trying to find a little bit more truth in this world of ignorance. Okay, well, everything that those woke professors are operating off at UCLA or whatever, it's old news. Even if they were only trained 15 years ago in books that were only 18 years old, it's old news. There's new techniques. We know many of the techniques that they were using was just liberal horse shit. That better techniques have probably been found because they probably had more reality behind them. So what I'm saying is, even if what you're saying is true, the world is changing so fast. These constant doublings so fast. It's happening so fast. Everything they got in their library, you could probably revise everything they got in their library now. You get what I'm saying, Luke?
Yeah. So what you're saying here, and what you seem to always be saying, is that you totalize and essentialize people. So you take a woke professor and you think that gets to the essence of who they are, rather than understanding that they're a human being like you and me, who is responding to incentives within a particular community. And so that woke professor probably propounds all sorts of woke nonsense in his role as a professor, but at the same time is probably making very hard-headed financial decisions for his family, right? Likely married with kids, making hard-headed financial decisions about where he buys property, where he buys a home, where he invests his money. He's probably volunteering or helping out some group of people who are less fortunate. He may very well be kind to his mother, and he probably at the same time has some hobby. He maybe climbs mountains in his spare time. He lifts weights, or he jogs, or he's particularly interested in polar bears. I mean, people are complicated. And when incentives change, right, that woke professor is very likely to change. Many of our most profound anti-Marxist intellectuals on the right come from a background in communism. They were essentially Marxists and communists for a decade, 2 decades, and then they turned against Marxism and communism. Often when the situation changed, they saw the evil of what they were participating in, and they changed. And so just because someone within a certain environment where they're heavily incentivized to be woke then articulates woke things doesn't mean that's the essence of them and that's the totality of them. They're also at the same time making all sorts of hard-headed, rational, empirical calculations outside of the world of woke. And when incentives around them change, they are also very likely to change. So I feel like you're way too quick to dismiss people for going through a phase of what we would regard as nonsense, rather than recognizing that we all respond to incentives, and that whenever you join any tight-knit community, such as an academic community, you have to go along to get along.
You've just told me they got shallow roots, they blow with the wind. Who wants to roll with that kind of motherfucker?
Where did I tell you that they had shallow roots and they blow with the wind? I said we all respond to incentives.
They'll change on a dime. They'll change on a dime.
And who doesn't? Who doesn't change on a dime? Who is not willing? Who does not? What group of people does not respond to incentives?
You're telling me they bend at the altar like a little bitch from 9 to 5, Luke.
And you do too. You do too. You respond to incentives.
I don't. They propitiate lies from 9 to 5.
So you don't respond to incentives.
I'm not beating you up, Luke. I'm telling you, I'm regurgitating back to you what you just told me. They know reality from 5:01 p.m. to like 9 o'clock a.m. and then they go back into their la la land and keep forcing more of this shit onto the planet. You get what I'm saying? It's the psyche of man, Luke. That's what Jung used to say. It's the psyche of man. That's the great danger. Who's creating these spaceships that reach out and make space migration a thing? That's the psyche of man. But think about those little fucking Hungarian Jews that wanted to put together atomic bombs and nuclear bombs and all that bullshit. That's also the psyche of man. That's the great danger. So, you're telling me they can cut it on and they can cut it off. That's well and good. I guess one of my points, I guess, to tie this into your show.
Wait. Let's stay on this point. So do you think the essence of professors who make all sorts of woke pronouncements, do you think their essence is that they are woke? Or is that just one manifestation of a human tendency to go along to get along?
Just the second part. But hey, thank you, Luke, because right now you got I'm feeling alive for the first time all morning. You hear what I'm saying, brother?
I hear exactly.
I'm going to grab a cigarette and you fire it up. You go ahead.
Okay. So we'll have Kip back on here momentarily. Let's play some Marc Andreessen.
I think that's changed that much. And look, maybe that just means that they continue to lose, and maybe that's great. And I'm not saying that the new elite or counter elite should aspire to be like that. It's just like...
So feel free to jump back in when you want, Kip. I'm just going to play some Marc Andreessen until you're ready to go.
Of all the problems that we have today,
I was just, you're right. They're going along to get along. And I'm just telling you, that kind of placating, that kind of unwillingness to take a stand for whatever, they end up, that when they're counting heads, who believes in this and who believes in that, even if they're going on to get along, the bullshit keeps getting foisted upon us because they've seen what happens to an Amy Wax. Now, you're saying sometimes she digs her own grave, but I'm saying even if she didn't say so much, even if she just voted for herself, they would find ways to push her out. They would find ways to make sure she gets no research fund. They would find a way, you know what they do, to make her environment feel unfriendly, to where if nothing else, she'd just move on. She would just want to move on. You know how they do, Luke.
Yeah, well, every group's like this. I mean, if I grew up as Seventh-day Adventist, and if you don't fit in with that group, they push you out. Every group that is intensely committed to something will fairly quickly push you out if you don't go along.
Yeah, speaking of Seventh-day Adventist, I wanted to use that on an example of something for your people. That's a good example of adopting a winner's script, as opposed to a loser's script. You get what I'm saying? Who wants to fight the gloom and doom of the Seventh-day Adventists, and all those apocalyptic, all that stuff? You see how that's just naturally a loser script, Luke?
Yes, I mean, Seventh-day Adventism does primarily appeal to losers, but it can also become a vehicle for a much more successful life. So often people come from losing at life, they adopt Seventh-day Adventism, and their life starts improving. It's usually a healthy way of life. You get friends, you get community, they become better educated, they send their kids to Seventh-day Adventist schools, and for a generation or two, their lives substantially improve.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, that's just a tiny example, but what I'm saying for you were like, hey, this is an upgrade in Luke Ford's programming. You get what I'm saying? So
when I converted to Judaism?
Yes,
exactly. I did. That's exactly how I saw it and how I experienced it. Though I also recognize that for other people, staying in Seventh-day Adventism is part of a winning script for their life. So I knew many people who were very happy and thriving and successful Seventh-day Adventists. It just wasn't
Right.
a script that worked for me.
Well, what I'm also speaking to is that was a good example, but another example would be sometimes the heaviness of the world, and sometimes maybe you'll think that things are heavier on me. I might be letting on like they're heavier or whatever, but I'll be the first to tell you if things are heavy, my God, even if you got to construct a myth, find you a winner script. Don't say the elites are kicking my ass. You know what I'm saying? They're winning and the score is 100-0. That's like backing a football team that goes 0-16. You get what I'm saying? You gotta jump off that ship. You gotta adopt another script and find something that has some more gives you some meaning, but also doesn't have you on the losing end all the time. Does that make sense, Luke?
Yeah, well, I would wager to you that you can be a very happy, successful person who backs a football team that goes 0-16. But I would add that the more intense your devotion to a sports team, the more likely it is that you're losing at life.
Yes, sir. Talk about backing a loser. Remember the Dems and their vote or die campaign, the decadence, the degeneration, the bottomless pit with P. Diddy running the whole thing. Just another criminal poster child. You get what I'm saying? Man, that feels so good. That feels so good to know that they are so exposed on some levels. Now, does anybody connect the dots and say, oh, man, that is team degeneracy, or that they see it some other way? You say it's all about hero systems or whatever, and they don't connect the dots. But hopefully some do. Some do. Can we talk about that Barry Weiss that you were just
hang on, just staying on P. Diddy. It's pretty shocking that there's a great deal of degeneracy among rappers. Who would have expected that from such a seemingly upstanding crowd of people?
And they ingratiate them, though. Who rushes to them? Who wants to give them money just to come up there and promo them or whatever? What did that? Who was that god awful Cardi B? And that's not Republicans warming up to that dog shit. That's Democrats warming up to that dog shit. But anyway, that Barry Weiss, she's not. Every thought that passes through her mind, it's lesbianic first. She's a liberal at heart. She's like Constantine Kissing. She's like Dave Rubin. She's not your friend. You know what I mean? Van Jones is not your friend. John Leibowitz, aka Jon Stewart, he's not your friend. I get you're one of these people that can see the best in some of these people and try to pull out a nugget from them, but somewhere along the way they're gonna be trying to influence you with some kind of something for their cause. You get what I'm saying, Luke? When you were profiling Mr. Jones the other day, I felt like it was like a Brutus moment. And I was thinking about when pandemonium reigned in Kenosha, Wisconsin, and those 160 other cities. And his excuse for that was, did the cities burn all the way to the ground? Did we have to get construction crews and start from scratch? So he can be smart, Luke, but he's also a slimy propagandist. You see that side of him, don't you? Tell me you don't see that side of him, Luke.
Well, slimy propagandist is a little too pejorative. He has a different hero system than I do. He's on the left. But for a man on the left, for a man who's a Democratic Party supporter, all right, I recognize that he sometimes has some honest and eloquent things to say. So I'm not generally aligned with Barry Weiss or with Jon Stewart or with Van Jones, but I will recognize and appreciate when they say something that's true, and when they'll say something that I hadn't thought of. So I try to appreciate people for what they are, and I don't damn them for what they are not. So often an author will write a book and it will receive a critical review because it's not the book that the critic wanted them to write. So I'm thinking in particular some book with the equivalent title of How the Jews Saved Civilization, but it didn't focus on Jewish law, right? It focused on various Jewish narratives. And so there was some some Jewish critic who negatively reviewed the book, damning it for not being a book that focused on Jewish law. And so because the author didn't write the type of book that the critic wanted, he gives it a bad review. So I don't damn accountants because they're not great at stand-up comedy. And I wouldn't damn a stand-up comic because they are not good accountants. And I don't expect a physicist to be able to throw a football 100 yards. And I don't damn athletes who are able to throw a football 70 yards. I don't damn them for not knowing physics. I don't expect an Orthodox rabbi to have PhD level knowledge of biology, and I don't expect biologists to know Talmudic law. So I try to appreciate people in their own genre, that the stand-up comic is a particular genre, that accounting is a different genre, that a left-wing activist is one type of genre and a right-wing activist is another type of genre, that the pundit is a different genre from the scholar, and the biologist is a different genre than the social worker. So I try to respect people for being in a particular genre. I am not the type of person you would want checking the engines before the plane takes off. On the other hand, the type of person who you would want checking the engines before the plane takes off might not be a particularly compelling or amusing live streamer. So I try to appreciate people for what they are.
Yeah, you know, it is admirable in you that you can appreciate his cleverness, but I'm just saying there is a price to be paid for soaking in the Van Jones universe. That's all. And like him in particular, Bezos and his wife send him money all the time. You know, they have to like do statements at the end of the year where their money goes. I think it was like combined, they sent him like $1.25 million ever so often. What the fuck's that all about, Luke? Are they sending you, Luke? Are they sending you money like that on the down low?
No, but I believe that people who are as successful at Van Jones are just far better at playing the game than I am.
Right. No, 10-4. And I've never forgiven him. Could be a fault in me, but I've never forgiven him for his white lash comment about, I don't know, 8 years ago. You remember that? He said it was a white lash.
Why wouldn't you forgive him for that? Like, how are you served by holding on to that hatred?
I don't know. I would just from that point forward, I just know he's there for the soundbite. He doesn't care about being any sort of arbiter of truth or giving out any kind of good information. He's lurking, trying to get that soundbite. White lash. And it probably got him all warm and fuzzy inside after he did it. He probably sat around, went home, told his wife, "Man, I come up with a good one tonight, honey." And I don't know. I despise people like that. That's probably just a fault in me.
Well, wait. You despise 99% of people, do you not?
You're being too kind to me. I don't know, despise, but there's just, I don't know. I just cut him out of my life. Somebody like that, I would cut him out of my life. I wouldn't have, I wouldn't have been purveying his clips the way you would have, because it puts me in a bad headspace. So maybe that's good, where you can listen to that stuff and it doesn't put you in a bad headspace.
Do you despise 99% of people?
No.
Well, what percentage of the population would you say you despise?
I don't know that I despise. I don't understand probably 80% of the people, because they're too quick to be taken in by stuff, you know. The attachment to the 10,000 things gets the best of them. And I don't like it because I know it means that they're always just so damn malleable, you know. You look around and everybody's wearing a goddamn mask, or you look around and everybody's doing something and they're just like sheep. And God, I hate saying that because it makes me sound Alex Jonesy, because that's the way he thinks.
Talk to me about someone you admire. For example, there was this one intellectual who you had some interactions with in years past, who, if I recall correctly, you did admire. But talk to me about someone you admire.
What do you mean? What do you want to know about them?
No, I it's not about them that I want to know. I want to know why you admire someone. I want to draw out your point of view, because I think you tend to, like me, idealize and devalue people. That you put a
Oh,
certain number
well,
of people on a pedestal, and then other people you devalue.
yeah, the work ethic of my father, because I never could measure up to that. So I definitely admire that. So I told you, although he was like also a drinker or whatever, it never slowed him down. Hard worker. I mean, Saturday morning, he would work 7 to 7, 5 days a week, come home, do homework, catch a few Z's on the couch, and then go to bed. And then Saturday morning, he'd be out changing out deadwood on the deck, on Saturday morning. And then maybe he'd squeeze out a fishing trip on Saturday evening. But then Sunday morning, you'd look outside and he'd be, painting the side of the house or something. It just never ended with that guy. So it's probably not just him, but I admire that in people. I admire
Hard work. People
Yes.
meeting their responsibilities. That's something that you admire, right?
Definitely. Does
But
that answer the question a little bit?
Well, we're starting. This is
Okay.
not the end. So you admire your father for being a hard worker, but what kind of relationship did you have with your dad?
A good relationship with him.
Okay. And
Uh,
did you
we
admire
had
his?
different strengths. Huh?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
We had different strengths. I wish I had his strengths living up here alone the way I do, because his strengths are mechanical and that kind of stuff. And I did not have the same strengths as he. So I admired, those things, that rugged independence. I feel like maybe he wasn't the last generation of that, but people like him who came off the farms and knew that there was no farm implement repair guy coming to the farm to fix anything, that they had to fix it, that kind of stuff. I admire the hell out of people who have that in them.
Okay, so he was a hard worker, but do you recognize that there are other segments of your father's life where he was a failure?
There probably were.
Right, so there are things to admire about your father, and then there are other things where no sane person would want to emulate him.
Right.
So it depends on what you focus on. If you focus on what's admirable about him, he's an admirable guy. If you focus on what was the contemptible about him, you can find examples of that too. And so we get to choose, I guess, whether we want to admire or have contempt for people. That pretty much everyone can give us reasons for admiration and reasons for contempt.
Yes, I have an ear for the Luke Ford viewer. So there's something always in the back of my mind going, are the Luke Ford devotees getting something out of this? Are they getting something out of this little portion of the show? Hopefully we're going somewhere with this. Because I do admire my dad. And I get what you're saying. People are complicated. Is that what you're saying? Was that the gist of it?
Yeah, and it depends. Was there ever a phase in your life where you had primarily negative feelings about your father?
Well, he didn't, when he went out in public drinking, he didn't handle that well. And sometimes every once in a while I would have to play peacemaker. And, that can be a little bit unnerving, but I did it. I did it. These are the things we have to do. So yeah, nobody's perfect.
Right. So you have a choice to admire him or to have hatred and contempt for him, and you choose to admire him by focusing on his good points and to spend less time focusing on his bad points.
Right. And something like if we was like to compare Van Jones to my dad's his own person. Van Jones is up for the high seller. That means a lot to me. So that has to go somewhere in the equation. If we were just like,
you recognize that there are other people in the world who had experiences with your dad that were primarily negative.
I don't know. I feel like he's one of these guys when his funeral comes, there's going to be people coming up out of the woodwork. So I could be wrong about that. Time will tell. Did you see people coming up out of the woodwork whenever Desmond went down for the count?
Yeah, I mean, I primarily heard from people who love my dad, but also recognize that there are just as many people who had a reason to feel negatively about my dad. And I think
Hmm.
one of my overarching points is that our virtues and our weaknesses are domain specific. So when
Hmm.
it comes to working hard and meeting his responsibilities to his family, your father excelled. And then there were probably other domains of his life where his behavior was less than exemplary, as it is for every single person. So if you see me in certain situations, my behavior is pretty good. You see me in other situations, my behavior is not so good. And so if you primarily experience me in situations where I behave well, you're very likely to have a positive opinion of me. But if you primarily experience me in situations where I behave badly, you're going to have primarily a negative view of me. And both perceptions have a great deal of accuracy.
Hmm. Right. No, I get it. I get it. Can we talk about debanking now?
Yes.
You talked about debanking earlier, and it wasn't just, it is for your political opinions, but also they, I, I noticed precious metal dealers also, anybody that deals in cash, they were either debanked or if they were fined in a bank to work with, they were having to charge, uh, they were getting charged on their cash deposits. Like if you might, if you were anything over $10,000 each month, they would charge you like 1% for your cash deposits. So it's 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 not just a political thing, but uh, they're trying to take people's livelihood because that livelihood just happens to be in the area that isn't within the net. You get what I'm saying? The financial net that's put together. Any type of business that's kind of working kind of on the edges of that, they're really wanting to penalize you and make you retire. Kind of is what they're wanting you to do. You heard about any other things like that?
Yeah, it's Operation Choke Point. They want to choke the cash economy and they want to enable the IRS to raise more money.
Yeah, you can imagine if I walk into a gold dealer with 20 ounces of gold, he's going to be handing me $55,000. And that's part of the reason that somebody like me chooses to go that route. But you can see, because of the way the effects of the bank screwing with him, now I would have to wonder if that day ever came where I needed to walk in and cash out some of my gold. What do you want to bet he won't pass that 1% along fee right along to me? I would expect he would, wouldn't you?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, so that's unfortunately, because in the end result, it's not those guys that get screwed. It's we the people that end up getting screwed. I was going to say you had John David Ebert. You called it was something called a hangout. Can you even remember having that guy on?
Yeah, I think I had him on perhaps a couple of times.
Uh, he's a good example of a fellow that in certain areas, man, he's sharp as a tack. Um, There's some areas, like for example, Oswald Spangler, where there might not be anybody better, you know. Uh, and I wish you still hung out with him on the regular, because I would like to ask him, somebody that smart, when it boiled down to it, where did life take him? Astrology, astrology. You ever heard of that? You ever heard somebody having a lot of things being that, sometimes I would say he's out there on certain things, but on certain subjects, he's as sharp as anybody you'll come across. And then when you boil it all together, he winds up his days studying astrology and being big into astrology. Have you ever broached anything along those lines? You ever known anybody like that?
Yeah, I mean, Isaac Newton devoted much of his life to studying nonsense, the music of the spheres. So people typically are, well, people are often strong in some areas and stupid in other areas. People may be
Mhm.
brilliant with regard to topic X, Y, Z, but completely impractical. So most people who know me well regard me as a great underachiever, right? They think it's a damn shame that I haven't accomplished more with my life, that I haven't made more money, got married, had kids, because they see my abilities, and then they see my lifelong bachelorhood, and they think, damn, you're a great underachiever, 40. So in some things I'm smart, and in a lot of practical areas I'm stupid.
Yeah. Do you throw it back to him and say, what was I supposed to do to measure up? Which one of my books don't you like? Which episode of my live stream don't you appreciate? Do you ever take it and just kind of flip it back to him like a lazy Susan?
What do you think? What do you bet I do?
I figured you would.
No, I don't argue with people. I'll argue with people on a live stream. I rarely argue with people in real life.
Right, but this was your choice. You get what I'm saying? You don't seem like to me that's wants a do-over, right? You seem fine with your choices. Am I wrong?
Correct.
Okay. I was gonna say, I'm a big young guy. He said the psyche is the greatest of all cosmic wonders and the sine qua non of the whole world as an object. And he said it's odd that Western man, with ever fewer exceptions, apparently pays so little regard to this fact. Swamped by the knowledge of external objects, the subject of all knowledge has been temporarily eclipsed to the point of non-existence. So, I don't know. When we see things since the time you and I have been alive, Luke, everything's changed so fast. I think it comes down. Young wrote that in the 40s. So the swamping that he was talking about in the 1940s is nothing compared to the swamping of the 2020s. You see how the human being itself, it's just being swamped by knowledge. Is this too far out there for you, or you want to speak on this, or what do you think?
Well,
Luke?
if you are high IQ, you enjoy abstract reasoning, and so this is the same type of pleasurable topic for the smart, philosophically inclined bloke as, say, the National Football League is for your normal American bloke. So yeah, it's a fascinating abstract endeavor what you're talking about, that is not suited for most people, but for some blokes it's heaven to spend time in these questions.
Right. Makes me think of like the concept of like Axis Mundi, where you need to just have like one foot firmly planted here, and then 1 foot in the heavens. And kind of makes me think of like Nietzsche's concept of the overman, because I feel like maybe I'll be like everybody else is going to cyborg off into something, and I'll be the last guy out there mowing my grass and changing my oil and do all these things. On one level, I know that's sort of bullshit because I still go to the Walmart every week, Luke. So the things, they look the same at the Walmart. But the ideas and the swamping of the knowledge, like that clip I had sent you, it's out there and it's making its impact. And I hate the fact that it seems to be degrading our women, and I hate the fact that it seems to make our kids come to adulthood way too soon. But on some level, things haven't changed so much at the Walmart where I'm worried, that bad about it. But Aldous Huxley, Brave New World guy, he said that we would come to actually love our servitude, but he said we would be happy in a way that we ought not be happy. So, I don't know, just some interesting stuff I've been thinking about, but I'm sure you got a bunch of clips lined up and everybody's mad that I'm holding you back. So I guess I'll get off here and turn you loose, my friend.
Thanks, bro. Great to catch up with you.
See you, bro. Bye-bye.
Okay, see ya. So usually when I finish a show, I'm tired and I like to feel good, and I like to get recharged by listening to one particular song over the past few months. So I typically shut down most of my browser windows and turn on a song by Anastasia, Take This Chance. And I'll put it on loop, and I'll just listen to it again and again and again. That's how I typically decompress from a show. I'm not afraid to let go of what I have become, and everything that I knew before is setting with the sun. And no, it's not that hard to say goodbye. Now I know that it's okay to cry. You're my melody. I'll harmonize the songs we've never sung. I never thought in a million years that I could watch while I disappear. All of a sudden, I see it clear what to do. I'm going to take this chance and do something I've never tried. I'm going to take this moment. I'm going to make this moment matter till the end of time. And I made mistakes throughout my life, and I'm the same place every time. I'm going to take this chance and do something I never tried. Now it's time to face the unknown. My arms are open wide. Took a lot of hard rain to grow this kind of strength inside. To open up a cage and set me free, I'm becoming who I meant to be. Taller than the tallest of all the trees. I'm going to be all right. That reminds me of what Kelly Clarkson, this moment. What's this? What's the song? Something about, a moment like this. Right? It's a lot like, I love Kelly Clarkson. I love the lyrics to her song. And I love the song, A Moment Like This. What if I told you it was all meant to be? Would you believe me? Would you agree? A moment like this, some people wait a lifetime for a moment like this. Some people search forever for that one special kiss, right? I've kissed a lot of women, but there's just a tiny number whose kisses still resonate in my soul. Everything changes, but beauty remains, something so tender I can't explain. I may be dreaming, but still lie awake. Can't we make this dream last forever, and I'll cherish all the love that we share? And speaking of love, did you watch Travis Head's formidable performance for Australia yesterday? He comes in, and Australia is they've lost 3 wickets, only 75 runs, second day of their 5-day test match against India at the Gabba cricket ground in Brisbane. And Travis Head hits a magnificent, I think, 151 runs for 162 balls. Steve Smith hits his first century in 24 matches. Travis Head is such an exciting batter, and he always comes through for Australia at the most important times. He drove Australia to victory in the World Test Match Championship about 18 months ago. He drove Australia to victory in the World Cup of one-day cricket. I mean, what a bloke. What a steady, unassuming bloke, but such an exciting batsman. And Steve Smith, who has a test cricket average of 55, right, but has been in a slump for the past 18 months. Good old Steve Smith came out and batted 101 runs yesterday. For those moments where Travis Head and Steve Smith, they put together a partnership of something like 240 runs yesterday. I mean, a moment like this, some people wait a lifetime for a moment like this. Can't believe it's happening to me. Can this be the greatest love of all? Travis Head, what a fair dinkum Australian hero. And Australia set for victory, not just in this match, the third test match between Australia and India. All right, they're tied at one match apiece. It's a 5-match series. Australia's not only poised for victory in Brisbane, right? They're also poised to win the whole series and to then earn a spot in the next World Test Cricket Championship. Just so proud of my boys Travis and Steve Smith yesterday. Just I'm kvelling.
I think that is, I'm not, the question you asked, I'm not worried about that right now. Look, I think the other thing is, I think, just indisputably true that one side went in super hardcore for censorship over the last 15 years. And I think that actually was both damaging to the country, and I think it was also damaging to itself as a movement, because I think basically, like, call it the Democratic Party writ large, or the left, sort of that side of things decided that all dissent, counter-argument, objection to their points of view was hate speech, misinformation, and was to be completely dismissed, and then for the people who said those things to be ostracized, and then that form showed up culturally, and then that formed up literally. And like
you were in the meeting.
I was in the meeting.
Look, cricket is a gentleman's game. If you're not a gentleman, I can't blame you for not loving cricket, right? No judgment here. Cricket is the sport of aristocrats, and if you're not an aristocrat of the spirit, if you're not a gentleman, then you're not a bad person because you don't appreciate cricket. You weren't born, you didn't grow up with the privilege of loving cricket. No judgment here.
I was in the meeting at Facebook where we defined the terms hate speech and misinformation for the first time.
When was that? And who defined them?
2013, give or take.
Why were they defined and who defined them?
Let me back up all the way. No social media company can function without having some level of censorship. And the reason is because you're going to have things in, terrorist recruitment, incitement to violence, child pornography. You can't, frauds and scams. You cannot have those things. They're illegal. They're actually not covered under the First Amendment. There's no protection for them. You cannot have them. Your service will fail. It's horrible. And so you're always going to have some censorship function. And these companies all had functions to do that. And then it's like, from there, it's like, okay, hate speech. And then it's like, all right, well, you can't have the N-word, right? And it's like, all right, fair enough. You can't have the N-word. I got it, right? But then you know what happens. Then it's like straight down the slippery slope. And before you know it, you're censoring the claims that COVID was a lab leak. Like, it's just it's the ring of power.
Okay, I got a question asking as a friend, what the heck is wrong with Manchester City in the Premier League? What's the problem with Manchester City this season?
It's a straight slide. And so I was in the meetings at a bunch of these companies, including Facebook, where it's like, okay, we need to define hate speech. We need to define misinformation, right? And of course, hate speech, of course, gets defined as statements that make people uncomfortable. And of course, the immediate objection is like, well, the concept of hate speech makes me uncomfortable. Well, so that doesn't.
Did you say that in the meeting?
Of course. Yes, I did. I said, like, look, obviously this is going to get obviously.
All right, let me scroll through what I've been putting on my Twitter feed. I need to get emotionally honest with you right now. Let's all get naked in our emotions. This is a safe space, all right? Barry Switzer, former Dallas Cowboys head coach, won a Super Bowl. He would celebrate getting naked in our emotions. I watched a bunch of deconstructions of the 2024 political campaign with leaders from the Democrats and the Republicans meeting up, both at the New York Times Deal Book Summit and at Harvard University. And the discussions got quite passionate. And I remember feeling, the nasty things that I'd say about my opposition if I was on such a panel. But then I'd have the other part of my head that would say, half the time in these kind of battles, you're going to be on the losing side. So be gracious, 40, be gracious. The Trump pick to head the CDC pushed for years a false theory that vaccines cause autism. So this bloke should not be leading the CDC. Another terrible pick. I don't like Pete Hegseth for Defense Secretary, and I definitely don't like Bobby Kennedy for Health and Human Services. So front page New York Times right now, how student phones and social media are fueling fights in schools. So I think there's a far more significant factor fueling fights in schools, and that is depolicing and minimizing punishments so that different groups don't receive different levels of punishment. I suspect that advanced placement students are not leading these brawls. People with good things to live for in life are not brawling. The primary reason for these school fights is not social media. There was an enormous amount of violence in American schools prior to the development of the smartphone. It's not primarily about the smartphone, guys. It's primarily about lack of punishment for people who do bad things. So the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops has officially disavowed the groypers by name. So you cannot simultaneously be a Catholic and a groyper. Nick Fuentes is not a Catholic, and the groypers are not a Catholic movement. And who's Donald Trump having sex with, say, in the last 10 years? Is it only Melania? I'm asking for a friend. Yeah, Sarah Longwell, podcast host for The Bulwark, goes on a hinged rant about how former Speaker Kevin McCarthy helped elect the most dangerous, criminal, corrupt human being that America's ever elected president. Kevin McCarthy responds, "You are welcome." And that is the best of the Luke Ford Twitter feed of late. Rather paltry offerings. No wonder I only have 2,000 followers on Twitter.
This is going to get blown completely out of proportion because this could now apply to everybody, and so we are now going to empower a commissar class, right, of professional activists who are now going to be able to apply this to fight all their political battles and to vanquish their political. Of course, they're going to do there. And this is the thing. It's just like, in American, the way we experience politics is what everybody feels about their most important political issue is that it's not a political issue. They feel like it's a moral issue, right? And we heard this in these companies all the time, starting around this time, which is this, you don't want any politics at work. Well, this isn't a political issue. This is a moral issue, right? And the minute you have a moral trump card and then the ability to censor people based on the morality, of course, it's going to get used for everything under the sun, including politics. So there was that. And then the misinformation thing was early on was not that big of a deal. And I could tell you where that came from, but it was not that big of a deal. It was really the Russiagate, the Russiagate, whatever you want to call it, conspiracy hoax thing that since got, I think, has been, completely debunked. But it was really this theory that Trump only got elected because he was a Russian asset, and that Putin, as Hillary Clinton put it, and I saw this with my own eyes, Donald Trump is only president because Vladimir Putin hacked Facebook, right? And so basically, nobody would ever vote for Donald Trump out of their own, free will. It therefore had to be literally a Russian misinformation active measures campaign, right? Therefore, you must censor misinformation. And again, it's the ring of power. The minute you have that, you censor everything else. But yeah, no, that actually predated Trump. That all started in like 2013.
Looking back, Marc, do you feel like you could have played it differently? Like, is there anything you regret about that? Should you have resigned from the board, for example?
So this is the thing, you resign. This is always the problem that I think people have, by the way, in government, as well as, they have in companies, which is if you resign, you're gone. You lose the information flow, right? And so if your job is to understand what's happening in the world, which is...
Look, I'm not the type of bloke who likes to talk about himself. I'm not standing up here all showy with my emotions. I'm not someone who just gushes over pretty women, right? I'm a strong moral figure. But breaking news, I'm in love with someone I haven't met, but she was on Marc Halperin's show Friday afternoon, and she's just such an impressive woman, right? And her name is Lindy Li, and she is a Democratic fundraiser and political strategist. She has an account on X. She has a Substack, and I just find her incredibly impressive. I wonder if she'd be open. Well, I'm a man of tremendous dignity. As you know, I'm a very respectable man, so I'm not going to stand here talking about my warm, sensitive, gushy feelings for Lindy Li. I just like her. I just admire her. I think she's incredibly brave. Just everything she says makes me tingle in a good way, in a healthy, respectful way.
And inadvertently, most recently, I thought I was talking about Doge. That was a question. I was on News Nation, and then they slipped in a question about Pete Hegseth, whom I've worked with. I've been on Fox and Friends, and we also have the same alma mater. I've had interactions with him, and they've all been pleasant. And aren't we a country of second chances? Shouldn't we extend some grace? I'm not going to pre-hate everything about the Trump administration. I'm just not. And I said he was a pretty good guy, and suddenly there were calls for me to resign from my leadership positions at the DNC, for me to be booted out of the party, for me to be fired. I'm not on anyone's payroll, so I don't know where that's coming from. But so yeah, there was just a tremendous amount of outrage because of my very restrained support. I didn't say he was qualified. I didn't say anything else. I just said he was a pretty good guy. Because we're all Americans, okay? We're all invested in the success of the Trump administration. I'm just simply not going to preemptively hate everything he does.
So
can I ask, why are they
go
calling
ahead.
for you to step down? I don't understand. Like,
Two pro
Because I said that.
Hegseth for the
can that even happen?
jihadists.
Like, this just
Yes.
seems
Oh,
irrational.
yes.
That's not only a thing. I raised millions of dollars for the Harris campaign. Not only my money.
So this is Lindy Li speaking with Marc Halperin and is it Cindy McCain?
But also my friend's money. These are $1 million contributions. I donated buildings in a church to the campaign, and I found out after the campaign that she was never ahead. But during the campaign, they were singing a different tune. They told us that she had a good chance we were going to win 3 to 4 battleground states. So the narrative that they were sharing when they were trying to get our money was far different from the narrative that they knew, which is that at best it was a jump ball race.
Lindy, here's something I don't know. I'm really curious about. Um, and I haven't seen all your interviews because you've been doing a lot, but I've done my best to keep up. But I'm preamble. What did you think of these issues before the so-called Hexeth incident? In other words, have you long seen your own party that way, or did you have some revelation? Because the things you're saying in reaction to what happened to you are things other people, not very many Democrats, but certainly outsiders and Republicans, said have been true about the Democratic Party for a couple decades, and particularly the last few years. So is this a new revelation for you, or you thought it before and stood silent?
I just love this look on her face right now. It's just it's so in the moment. It is warm yet brave. It's grateful yet strong. My friends call me the great underachiever, and some of the more astute among my friends say, "40, you just need a Chinese wife." And I'm not the type of bloke, because I'm a very respectable man. I'm not going to just sit here and gush all over Lindy Li, but she embodies what I need in my life.
Marc, first of all, I'm really happy to be here. You become part of my nightly routine. I just flip through your tweets.
I mean, what a sweet and wonderful and grateful and uplifting thing to say. I mean, what lucky people have Lindy Li in their life?
And they're just fascinating. I love them. First of all, I just want to say
Thank you.
that.
Very nice of you. Thank you.
And in answer to your question, I feel like her decisive loss has emancipated me from my silence, because I held my tongue for years because I wanted democracy to prevail. Frankly, that was it. But now that she lost, I feel liberated to say things that I have felt for years, which is that the woke, progressive, I mean, it's just going to condemn us to the wilderness for the foreseeable future. And the fact that the DNC chair, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
The DNC chair, Jamie Harrison, just last week doubled down on identity politics. This is a losing approach, and he's still going full steam ahead. There's no remorse, no introspection. Not to mention the fact, you had Kamala Harris campaign senior advisors on the Pod Save America show, not demonstrating any sort of circumspection or self-analysis, and not taking any responsibility for doing things like spending $2.5 million in production costs, quote unquote, on Oprah, spending millions of dollars on five-star hotels for campaign staffers, putting her face on the Sphere for $450,000 a night. My donors donated.
Right. A woman might be 10 out of 10 on an abstract level, but once you get to know her, right, what one's feelings about a woman can change dramatically. Right. I just get the sense that this type of woman would be great for the long haul, because you'd have so much respect and admiration for her. On the other hand, someone who's got model looks, but her behavior is not a model, right? For me, my attraction would very quickly change. On the other hand, for someone who is just so brave, courageous, and clear thinking, I would just think that my attraction would build.
Anywhere from $10 to $25 of their hard-earned money to $1 million. Some of them paid in installments because it was difficult for them. They believed in the vision of America that Kamala Harris was espousing and democracy. They feel hoodwinked. They are devastated. And it's just...
See, for most of your blokes, you're just looking at the surface level and you're wondering, oh, what are her measurements and this and that. But I'm a very respectable man. I see people on a soul level, right? I am not distracted by surface attributes.
I've been punished for what I've said in the last couple of months. This is the first time, actually, that I haven't been invited to the White House holiday party.
I'm so sorry that she's been punished. I mean, if it were permitted by Jewish law and natural law to make her feel better, I'd want to do everything that I could as an upstanding gentleman to make her feel better.
Or the Naval Observatory. It's a minor backlash, but still, obviously, they're not happy with me. And this isn't directed to Kamala Harris as a person. She was a friend, and I'm very sorry, but this is the right thing to do. And I helped to expose that, and it was necessary.
Right. She considers Kamala Harris a friend. So it's really hard to say these sort of things when Kamala Harris is your friend, right? Just think about the internal resources and the courage and the clarity that this woman has to say these things publicly when Kamala Harris is your friend.
Thank you for saying all that. Let me move away from the show and the professional for just a minute. Megan and I have both had experiences like you're going through now. Everybody's experience is different. But on the Affordable Care Act, when you think about the party's positions on reproductive freedom,
It was even my university thesis is going back decades. I care deeply about the environment. I care about democracy. I escaped communist China. I was born in an authoritarian regime. That matters a lot to me. And thirdly, I care about gun violence. Tomorrow, I don't know if you guys remember, it's the 12th anniversary of Sandy Hook. It's also my birthday. It just, I'm going to piss a lot of people off by saying this, but yeah, I mean, I grew up as a Christian conservative.
So what
I'm
makes
sorry.
you, why are you a prominent member of the Democratic Party if it sounds like you?
Trump has appointed fracking executives and people who deny climate change to positions of authority. And secondly, I was thinking about your question, and I've been thinking about it a lot. Like, why am I a Democrat? And I realized that I was 16 when I went to college. I got swept up in the Obama mania. It was 2008, and there was no other alternative.
So she probably has a genius level IQ. All right, we're talking 145 and above. I mean, the poor woman, just think how her brain would have to slow down to talk to me.
I think there were like 2 conservatives on campus and they were ostracized.
Yeah.
I don't think it was a possibility for me to be a Republican until recently.
Would you like to see fossil fuels be banned or phased out in the next 5 years?
Phased out. I don't think banning it is feasible. I'm also a pragmatist. You know,
Yeah.
we need to be energy independent, but at the same time, we need to be able to exist as a.
Right. Kip sent me this interview with Martin Gurry. The YouTube video is called The Elites Are Shaking. CIA analyst breaks down modern media manipulation, Trump, Elon, and Obama.
When you look at all the, like the year 2019, right before the pandemic, it was like the peak revolt of the public year. Okay, they were like, if I remember correctly, at least 25 major street insurgencies. And the thing that I found most fascinating was some of it was in democratic countries. Some of it was in pretty tough dictatorships, like Algeria, for example. Some of it was in very poor countries, Sudan. Some of it was in very wealthy countries like France. So I don't think either the revolt of the public, which is basically the socio-political sort of label that I give to the effect of that tsunami, I don't think it's primarily a cry for democracy. I don't think it's primarily an economic phenomenon. And when you look at the economics of it, it is never the marginalized or the poor or the bottom of society or the discriminated that take to the streets. It is the educated. It is the children of the elites sometimes, the children of the middle class sometimes, but it is never ever the poor or the economically marginalized that take to the streets. Now Trump, I mean, explaining Trump, I could probably make $1 billion if I could explain Trump. He is an inexplicable thing. He is a political mutant. I don't know if you ever read the Isaac Asimov books on the Foundation, and this is science fiction stuff. So, but
I know of it, but I haven't read it.
Yeah, I mean, basically it's the thing called psychohistory, where it's scientifically they can predict the broad outlines of history, and civilization is dying, so they plan a rebirth, big short circuit, the Dark Ages, the rebirth. But they get this one guy, and they call him the Mule because he's a mutant. He's completely not. You could not have planned for him. All right. Well, Trump is a mule. I mean, he's a mutant. He is this weird. Comes from many different worlds. Comes from the business world. Comes from the popular culture world, which I think is mainly what he is. And now he comes into the political world and injects this popular culture sort of circus atmosphere that I think the elites who have dwelled in our high politics hate, because it's certainly like, this is not the way things are supposed to be. It has inspired some of the most bizarre, and I think, and by the way, I never liked the man particularly, but I mean, he just struck me as, well, he's got this and he's got that, but no, he's like pure evil. He is Adolf Hitler. He is a fascist. Now, if you have any knowledge of what those words mean, you really ought to go to therapy, because they connect absolutely not at all with the person Donald Trump or the politician Donald Trump. So,
do you think that Trump is a dictator or fascist in the making? That's always the pushback that I get when I say, bro, look at Hitler and what he did. It's insane. Then people's pushback is going to be, well, compare Hitler, right after World War I compared to where Trump is at in the beginning of his career. Like, you just need to give more time, and he's on that slippery slope.
The guy's 78 years old. Come on, name me a dictator that started at the age of 78. Dictatorship is a hard job. you start young, usually in your 30s or 40s. I mean, practically every dictator that I can think of started either in his 30s or 40s. Fidel Castro was 33 when he took over. Lenin was in his 40s.
Whoa.
Yeah, I mean, it's a young man's game. Look at the revolutionaries, both in our war, you know, the Constitutional Convention, for example, or the convention in France during the revolution. These were young people, okay? These are all young people. Napoleon was, I think, in his late 20s when he started to take over. So the idea that there can be a dictator who starts at 78. Plus, okay, I'll give you one more reason, and then this is a boring subject. One of the things you have to be a dictator is command of a powerful institution. That can be your own private army, like Hitler had, you know, with the SA, or it can be the real army, or it can be the Secret Service, or it could be, for Stalin, for example, it was he got to appoint everybody in the Communist Party, so everybody that got appointed was a loyalist. But you need a strong institution that you can then turn against the others and say, well, I'm going to overawe all the institutions with this one or these two that I own. The institutions hate Donald Trump. There isn't a single institution that likes them, none. So between those two things, 78 years old, an entertainment guy, that's number three, and also the fact that it would be impossible for him, for example, to tell the military, go shoot at my opponents in that protest, go shoot them, go kill them all, right? They wouldn't do it. They would not do it. It would be impossible for him to tell the FBI, go arrest my enemies. They would not do it. So how could he become, through what process could he be, and he doesn't have a private army, to put it mildly. I mean, you look at those, I finally, this election cycle, I had never really looked at any of his shows that he gives. It's a combination, like the State Fair and Big Tent Revival Meeting or something. I kind of looked at it. The people that go to that are like, middle class, middle aged, and they're having, it's kind of like a party, like a great big party. He's not organizing an army out of that crowd, okay? So, to me, that's just, it says more about the people who claim these things than it says about Donald Trump.
What do you think it says about them?
I think it says them that they are living in a world, in a house of mirrors. They see their own reflection and they think it's reality. And they absolutely, and I'll give Trump credit on this. He's kind of a crazy guy, okay? He does some strange things, but he has this superpower of making his opponents 10 times crazier than he is. So they say these completely over the top things, and they do these completely over the top things. Like try to censor the government, try to censor the web and try to arrest him. It's never happened before. A former president, being indicted on a pretty blatantly political case. He just drives them completely over the top. And it tells you that our elites are very panicky. It tells you primarily that they are panicky. They are not confident they're going to be around that much longer.
Okay, here is a left-wing podcast. It's called Who, What, Why? And this is an episode on the comfort of false beliefs, why we crave misinformation.
Very hard. Life is often filled with things that are painful or challenging. Life sometimes makes us feel like we have no power and we have no agency. Sometimes life is confusing and we're faced with things that seem completely outside of the realm of explanation. And sometimes life is very lonely and we feel maybe a bit abandoned. All of these things are part of the experience of what it is to be a human being. And if misinformation or disinformation can, even just for a moment, remedy some of those sources of pain and discomfort, then those falsehoods will be especially attractive. So, when we talk about the 3 C's, that is our needs for comprehension, control, and community, the reason that I speak in these terms is because people generally want to think that they are motivated to have an accurate understanding of the world. But that is simply not the case. It is fair to say that under certain circumstances, maybe with adequate motivation and incentives, perhaps then we are motivated to be accurate in what we perceive. But by and large, most of the time, that is not our main motivation. Most of the time, we are motivated by these 3 things that really have helped us historically, evolutionarily, survive. One is feeling like we comprehend what's going on. A sense that we, get it is required to take some kind of action, any kind of action. So if you feel confused, you do not know what kind of action to take. So we want to feel like we comprehend what's happening, especially in terms of causal elements like cause and effect, right? Next up is we want to feel that we have some power or control over our world. So that is simply, that's very, very natural. We want to feel like we have some agency. We don't want to feel like we're simply being acted upon all the time and that we don't have any say about how the world is going to work around us. And obviously that too is associated with just sort of historically, if you feel like you have agency, you feel like you have some control, that allows you to take action. That allows you to feel confident that you can take the steps necessary to perhaps reach a certain goal. And the final one is the most important, and that is our need for community. I often say, people hear the expression, we are social animals, like humans are social animals. And I joke, I used to think that that was just something that my teachers would say to my parents about me, like, oh, Dana is a social animal, meaning I talk too much in class historically. But really, no, we all are. We all are social animals. We cannot survive alone. And that is simply because if left to our own devices, we can't capitalize on the wonderful talents and gifts and skills of the other people in our orbit who might be able to kind of fill in some of the blanks that we can't fill in. If it's tens of thousands of years ago and we're in a jungle somewhere and I don't know how to fish, but I do know how to make a fire. Well, I want to become, pretty close with a person who does know how to fish, but maybe doesn't know how to make a fire. And those kinds of relationships, especially in a group context, will aid in survival. Okay. So we survive in groups and human beings cannot survive alone. So community is really central. So if we're driven by these 3 C's, our needs for comprehension, control, and community, and those are the ways that we come to understand the world, then our need for accuracy really does take a backseat. And if misinformation and falsehoods and lies can make us feel like we understand what's going on and we have some kind of power and that we're part of a group, then we'd rather be wrong than right.
We would rather be reassured than right. That sense of the need for reassurance is what outweighs the need for accuracy, essentially.
Correct.
Talk a little bit about how identity plays into this and how we see ourselves in the broader social political context.
There's a wonderful work from sociology and social psychology that came out, 50 years ago or more. Social identity theory. Henri Tajfel was trying to understand in the aftermath of World War II how it is that people behave in groups and why they behave that way. In particular, why is it that people will have a group identity that causes them to seemingly automatically judge out group members as lesser than or as hostile? So social identity theory suggests that we all have different identities, and I think of them as hats that we could wear, or perhaps better is different pairs of glasses that we can put on because they shape what we see. And when we're wearing these glasses of social identity, it's just a difference in what we're paying attention to and what's motivating us. So when I have activated my identity as somebody who is a college professor, that's really going to shape how I think about the world, my role in it, how I talk, right? I'm going to want to perform my role as a good member of my team. I want to be a good exemplar. I want to be like a shining prototype of my team. And I'm like, oh, well, I'm going to think about who do I know, and not necessarily actual people, but maybe even fictional sort of combinations of like the best combination of traits that are exhibited by a college professor. Maybe it's about how they dress, how they speak, how they act, how they talk, what their values are, how they spend their free time. And if I have that pair of glasses on where I'm thinking of myself as a college professor, those things are going to shape everything from how I act and how I speak, even to what I see. And so, social identity, the reason that I talk about it so much in this book is because in politics in the United States, obviously there's always been an awareness that we could put social identity into our models of understanding.
In many ways, it has very much become like a religion.
It's interesting because, some of the way that we think about political identity, I would say about 20 years ago when folks started thinking about some of these dynamics and political identity, political beliefs becoming an identity more than just a belief set, it really was based on this analogy of religion, because it was clear that when people call themselves Catholic, right, it's an identity. It represents a whole way of life and a series of customs, not just in church, largely outside of the church, right? I have a lot of friends who are Catholic who say, or they grew up Catholic, and they joke about Catholic guilt and things like that. There are aspects of that identity and those practices that are only tangentially actually related to the faith itself. And what I think is interesting is when people start talking about political identity, it's that same kind of thing. You lead with the identity, and maybe you pick and choose which of the issue positions you hold, but the identity is what it is. So just like you might have folks who are Catholic who say, yeah, I'm Catholic, but, I consider myself pro-choice. They do that sort of a la carte thing, right? Where they like, I identify as this thing, but I don't follow all of the customs. I don't follow all of the doctrine. Okay. We're witnessing folks who are orienting towards politics in that same kind of way. I identify as a Democrat. I don't have exactly the same issue positions on everything. But that's just how I identify.
The other analogy to that.
So I began the show talking about the psychology and power of disgust. And this features in a new Aporia magazine podcast interview.
Amsterdam, and he's one of the foremost experts on disgust. And I did my PhD on disgust. Josh and I are colleagues. We've known each other a long time. Josh is also the most successful graduate student of my husband. We've got a lot of connections here.
So this is Diana Fleischman, a psychologist married to Jeffrey, another evolutionary psychologist, and she's talking to, her guest is Joshua Tiber, a psychologist.
Welcome, Josh. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks. Glad to be here, Diana.
Okay. Why is disgust important, Josh?
Why is it important? You want the science version or the kind of phenomenological version?
Let's do the phenomenological version.
Well, in terms of subjective experience, it's one of the most kind of powerful and memorable and motivating emotions that we experience. So you can really vividly imagine when you've opened up your garbage can and you've been hit by a wall of rotting, well, I won't say flesh, that's so bright on your garbage, but a wall of rotting meat, rotting vegetables, something like that. When you experience disgust after you've eaten something, after you've drank tequila, something like that, you might never feel like having it again. We have to navigate our feelings of disgust when we're doing something as routine as changing our baby's diapers or walking down an alleyway in the street, etc. And it really has an obvious impact on what our behavior is after we experience that emotion in terms of...
Right, so people have very different levels of disgust sensitivity, and people on the political right tend to have more disgust sensitivity.
Sexual encounters. You've got a couple of very colorful items on your inventory for that, and then there's moral disgust. So before we get into moral disgust, which I think is the tricky one of the three, why are there individual differences in disgust? If disgust is important, why aren't we all calibrated quite similarly? It seems to be a huge difference between the most and least disgust sensitive people.
Yeah, that's true. So this is a big mystery in the evolutionary sciences in general, is why are there individual differences in behavior or in general the outputs of the mental mechanisms that we would expect to be universal, but they appear to vary across individuals.
Right. So conservatives consistently have a much higher disgust sensitivity.
Lower power people to be able to deal with higher power people that they couldn't just directly confront.
Now we're getting into the differences in disgust sensitivity. So there was much made before Trump and before COVID of disgust sensitivity differences between liberals and conservatives, and there were people saying for a long time that conservatives were more disgust sensitive. And I think now we know that disgust sensitivity is definitely trumped, pun intended, by your political allegiances. So I think what David Pizarro was, I think, on some popular media. He's another disgust adjacent researcher, but he was talking about how your political affiliation only explains something like, or disgust sensitivity only explains something like 8% of the variability in political affiliation. But from just the disgust perspective, before COVID happened, we might have expected that conservatives would be the more afraid of a pathogen than liberals were. Tell me a little bit about kind of how that played out in the disgust community or the disgust research community.
Yeah, well, I have an interesting background in this, if you find debates within the disgust community to be interesting.
Of course.
But there was a lot of excitement about these findings about 15 years ago that conservatives in the US were more disgust sensitive. They were more prone to experiencing disgust toward vomit and feces and that kind of stuff than liberals, and what this might mean. And some of the explanations for this were that conservatives tend to be more in-group oriented and against out-groups. And some speculation was, and I think that you had Randy Thornhill as a guest on this podcast previously, that an idea that he was a proponent of is that out-groups are more likely to harbor pathogens that you are vulnerable to. And the logic underlying that is that there's kind of in-group specialized adaptive immunity for pathogens, that if group one lives on this side of the river, they're going to adapt to the pathogens that are endemic there. Group two is going to evolve to the pathogens endemic on the other side of the river. And so when people within group 2 interact with each other, they're kind of immune to the pathogens that other group 2 members have. But if they interact with someone from group 1 on the other side of the river, they don't have immunity, they get really sick, they might die or have other kinds of fitness costs. And therefore, people have evolved some degree of xenophobia based on this infectious disease threat of intergroup interactions. Since conservatives are the more anti-outgroup coalition, or if we think about this dimensionally, people higher in conservatism are more anti-outgroup, that's why they have higher disgust sensitivity, because they're just more avoidant of infectious disease, and that ideology presents barriers to intergroup interactions. I was highly skeptical of that idea and remain so, and I can explain that further if you want to follow up on it. But my colleagues and I in 2010 published a paper, basically a series of null findings on the relation between pathogen disgust and conservatism. Another researcher, David Pizarro, whom you mentioned, host of the Very Bad Wizards podcast, and his former student, Yoel Invar, host of the Two Psychologists, Four Beers podcast, published another podcast. Started to name drop your rivals. Anyway, Yoel was actually a reviewer on my paper that was refuting some of his earlier work, but they published further work, again, reporting this finding of the link between conservatism and disgust sensitivity. But in reanalyzing some of my data and Yoel's data, we found that there was a difference as a function of what disgust sensitivity scale you were using. So the Rosen scale, and you mentioned the name Olatunji earlier, it includes some items related to sexuality and just bundles them all together, whereas the scales that we were using separate pathogen and sexual and moral items. And so it seemed like the sexual items were really driving this relationship between disgust sensitivity and conservatism. And in fact, there was one specific item from this study by Inbar et al. That really drove the relationship, and that was how disgusted would you be to inflate an unlubricated condom with your mouth? I know this is another reason why I developed a scale, is a lot of these items are really goofy and just raise some questions about what exactly they're measuring.
An experience we've all had where somebody asks us to do that. It's very common.
Yeah, you can really reflect upon your response during the real world experience you've had in the past. But we can think about reasons why there might be some differences between more left-wing versus right-wing people in the US circa 2010 in that kind of item. Other than pathogen avoidance. The unlubricated part is also easy to me because they don't want you to think that you were getting lubrication in your mouth. So Yoel and I, who had actually debated this in the literature, collaborated on another study, not an adversarial collaboration, but we reflected on these ideas together. And we suggested that, well, maybe the interesting thing isn't pathogen avoidance in conservatism, but rather sexual kind of restrictedness in conservatism. And there are a lot of other reasons why sexual restrictedness is related to conservatism in the US, apart from pathogen avoidance. And I think that you had Rob Kurzban on this podcast earlier, and he developed a lot of these ideas. But basically, they relate to the idea that conservatism, if we think very broadly in the American context, has an emphasis on a lot of policies that basically facilitate monogamous lifestyles and punish non-monogamous lifestyles, restrictions on abortion, restrictions on hormonal contraception, shaming people who have non-monogamous relationships, et cetera. And we propose that actually it might be that people who are more pathogen avoidant, that influences their orientation toward monogamy or not, since non-monogamy has a lot of infectious disease risks, not just what we think of in terms of STI, sexually transmitted infections, but if you have sex with someone, you're getting really close to them. There's skin-on-skin contact. There's droplets flying everywhere in the air.
I mean, yeah. Sorry, sexual disgust is also a very good means to make some lifestyle seem unappealing, right? So it's that goes both ways, right?
Yeah, absolutely, and that could also get into the relation between sexual disgust and morality as well. But ultimately, we found that once you control for the sexual disgust, there's no longer a relation between pathogen disgust and political ideology. We found that repeatedly. Mm-hmm. So ultimately, how the literature stands now, this was something that people were really excited about and published a lot of papers on for 10 years. And now I rarely see it again in the literature. Yeah. Okay, there were a lot of correlations. Like Dave Pizarro said, about 8% of the variance. So an R of around 0.3. So if you convert that to a Cohen's D, it's about 0.6 or so, which means that if we just think about liberal conservative as a Democrat and Republican, let's just think about that somewhat imprecisely. If you had normal distributions and you just picked out a random Democrat, and you thought, okay, there's a random Republican over here, there'd be like a 66% chance of that Republican being more disgust sensitive than that Democrat, just to give an idea what the actual meaning of the effect size is. So not a huge difference in something that, again, you can say sadly, but what happens in academia sometimes is something that's really popular. A lot of people publish on it, and then there's not a ton of resolution. They just kind of forget about it. But I'm persuaded that there's not a lot of meaning to the Republican versus Democrat, although even now coalitions are shifting a little bit.
All right, I didn't know that, so I have to update my talking points on the link between political ideology and disgust.
Or whatever, and I think that if that's what libertarians or do drugs, libertarians are like that on average, and I think that is associated with, it's not necessarily being libertarian, it's those kinds of permissive attitudes towards, potentially destructive social behavior is associated with libertarians, which I think is also associated with low disgust sensitivity. Okay, so interestingly, there's a big sex divide in this country right now in terms of who's voting for Trump and who's voting for Harris. And we were talking about how conservatives are more disgust sensitive in the sexual domain, and who is really disgust sensitive in the sexual domain that you might not also predict from the disgust researchers, women. So there's a big sex difference in sexual disgust. And you and I have both worked on this a bit. Why are women more sexually disgust sensitive?
Yeah, this is something we're really thinking deeply about. An evolutionary perspective was useful for disgust, in contrasting it with what we discussed earlier with the animal reminder perspective, that people get disgusted by sex and sex things because it reminds them that they're animals, that they might think of dogs having doggy style sex. So that should make humans disgusted by doggy style sex. But that kind of prediction or that kind of model doesn't make any kind of predictions about this type of sex difference. Whereas the evolutionary perspective that you and I have used in the past makes pretty clear perspectives about men and women different in terms of sexual disgust. The way that we think about it is that generally there's a finite number of reproductive opportunities that every individual has, and all of those opportunities also incur costs potentially. So there are infectious disease costs, there are reputation costs, but perhaps above everything else, there are opportunity costs in that if you are having sex and potentially reproducing with one person, that has a serious negative effect on your ability to have sex and reproduce with other people. Not just at the same time necessarily. I love the smiling that you're having as I explain that.
I have this guilty pleasure where I listen to this Dr. Phil episode where this woman claims that she has 4 wombs. And so I was just thinking about how she doesn't have to forego any opportunity. She can be pregnant in all her wombs at once. Yes, we only have one uterus in general. And so,
well,
yes.
I mean, Dr. Phil's guest, who knows? I'll take her to work.
Yes.
But regardless, in almost all of these costs that we just discussed of having sex, they are higher for women than they are for men. So at least in our society and most societies that I'm aware of, there are higher reputational costs to women than to men for having promiscuous sex or having sex with certain people. There are higher infectious disease costs for women than for men. So probably not so differentiated in terms of respiratory transmission, but in terms of pathogens that specifically infect the reproductive tract and the genitals, women are more vulnerable to them, and they pay higher costs in terms of
so something like a third of women, if you have untreated chlamydia, a third of women will become sterile because of untreated chlamydia. Whereas untreated chlamydia in men, what is it, like some small percentage of them it'll hurt when they pee, and that they often are like completely asymptomatic, and they often will not have any repercussions. One question that I had for you, that last time I looked into this, I couldn't find anything about it. So I read somewhere that humans have more sexually transmitted diseases than any other species, and this might have some explanation about why sex is so disgust. Why disgust might have evolved in the sexual domain at all, and also why disgust is so moralized.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not familiar with that. It seems intuitive for there to be sex between individuals, and so that, pardon the pun, that produces a fertile breeding ground for sexually transmitted infections. So in terms of driving the evolution of moralization and sexual disgust, it seems quite plausible to me. I know that Richard McElrath has a mathematical model suggesting that when you introduce sexually transmitted infections, you can get the evolution of monogamous norms and sexual conservatism. As far as that actually being the evolutionary history of these types of norms and attitudes in humans, I'm not totally sure. Mm-hmm. But ultimately, we talked about both women paying higher costs for STIs.
Right, that's a sign that you're dealing with someone credible when they have no problem letting you know when they don't know something, when they don't try to make claims of knowledge and expertise that they don't have.
STIs, but they're also more likely to get them. So, I mean, I think, Diana, in the past, you've shared with me statistics of the probability of getting chlamydia or maybe HIV for different kinds of, for men and women for different types of sex acts.
Yeah, I think, HIV is actually much harder to get than people. I think that sex education tells you that it's very easy to get HIV. But if you have heterosexual sex, that's normal heterosexual sex, the chance of a man getting HIV from a woman who's HIV positive. So the man is HIV negative, the woman's HIV positive. That's a 1 in 2,500 chance. And for a woman to get it from a man who's HIV positive, I think it's a 1 in 1,500 chance.
Yeah, and this is unprotected, no barrier.
Unprotected, no barrier sex. Yeah, and the chance of having of the receptive partner in anal sex getting HIV from a HIV positive top is, I think I remember, 1 in 47.
Yeah,
so it's very, very, So there's huge differences in terms of like what kind of sex you're having, and HIV is relatively recent, but it may not the mechanism such that it is where the receptive partner or the woman is more likely to get some disease from the other person may not be that novel. There may have been other diseases in the past that drove our moralization about this, right?
Yeah, of course. I mean, if we just think mechanistically, it's greater exposure to another person's potentially pathogenic bodily fluids in a mucous membrane. But regardless, that was another cost. So we talked about the reputational cost, we talked about the infectious disease cost, but then critically, the most important kind of opportunity cost at the end, and this is the one that's really informed by some classic evolutionary theory, is the conception probability costs or the conception chance costs. So
look, the most dangerous thing about our disgust reaction is that we might use it to be prejudiced. Being prejudiced is the very worst thing that you can be. Please don't hate. Please don't discriminate.
Distributions are highly overlapping. The sexual disgust effect size that we observe is around 1.3 or 1.4, which means that you really get two normal distributions that are mostly separated from each other.
Yeah, so it's on par. The biggest sex differences are things like throwing strength and height, and I think sexual disgust and number of desired sexual partners are similar in terms of their D.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so there's some interesting work on disgust as a mechanism for prejudice. You talked a little bit about why you don't think that the disgust account. Well, I mean, people are so they're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs. The Springfield, Ohio thing, right? That was like an extreme touchstone, and they had to really do some digging. And I think they eventually found a picture of some cats being barbecued.
I think it was unclear if those were cats or chickens,
rabbits,
or some kind of
Well, they had 4 legs, John. So there was something going on that was not chickeny, I think. But in any case, disgust is often used as a mechanism for prejudice. So can you give us like a little bit of a lightning round of how disgust accounts for the prejudice against the unhoused, as they're now called, obese people, immigrants, and I can't stop thinking about who's this other researcher that we have seen him give talks where he thinks that your aversion to body odor is the main explanatory variable in prejudice. What's that guy called again?
Is it Marco?
No, not Marco.
No, not Marco Del Giudice. So another guy named Marco Luisi. But
yeah, maybe. Anyway,
I think he's with that group.
So people discuss
emotional responses to them are characterized by disgust, and that general observation that's what you mentioned earlier: obese individuals, elderly individuals, individuals with disabilities, people in a wheelchair, people missing a limb, people with a cleft palate, people with a large birthmark on their face. People from certain subjectively foreign countries, so immigrants from Haiti, maybe, that a lot of these prejudices seem to be characterized by people reporting feelings of disgust, or there are correlations between how easily disgusted someone is and how negatively they felt about people from these other groups. The kind of traditional perspective on this in the evolutionary psychology community is that the mind has evolved to detect certain cues to pathogens in other individuals. So kind of you could think about mental shortcuts in a basic way. But basically features of individuals that over ancestral time would have been correlated with them being more likely to have infections. And there are some speculations that obese individuals, there's departures from a prototypical shape are correlated with some kind of communicable pathogen, or maybe even some pathogens leading to certain bodily swellings. In terms of homeless individuals, there might be associations with poor hygiene that might be more learned associations, or there might be other kinds of asymmetries or cues to infection that those individuals actually have, like running noses or open wounds or sores or something like that, or at least people might imagine them as having them. And finally, for people with cleft palates or port wine stains, the idea again is that if there's a departure from a prototypical phenotype, which is symmetric with relatively clear skin tone, a prototypical shape of the mouth, for example, that the mind has evolved to treat those as indicative of infection threats.
Bill Clinton certainly had a predilection for a particular shape of the mouth. That there was this recurring familiarity among the women from whom he received oral loving. All right, back to Marc Andreessen on AI tech censorship and Donald Trump. I've got philosopher Rony Guldmann coming up on the show in 30 minutes.
Which is fundamentally my day job. Like you just lose all that context. And then number two, it's like, all right, if you stay, are you endorsing things you don't agree with? To be part of an organization, should the requirement be that you agree with every single thing they do?
And of course not.
And of course not, right? So there's a thing in like healthy corporate cultures which they call disagree and commit. So there's basically three modes of how you resolve arguments in companies. You can agree and commit. That's the easy one. You can disagree and quit. Or you can disagree and commit, right? What's the line between that and complicity with things that are really wrong? It's a question of conscience. I think everybody has to answer that kind of in their own soul. I would say because I was in there the whole time and I saw the development, and by the way, not just Facebook, I saw this happen. I was in these conversations at many other companies and I was talking to many other founders. I knew the Twitter guys really well. I was an angel investor. I knew them when they were the free speech wing of the free speech party, right? And then I knew them when they became, one of the wokest companies in the world. And so I saw that happening. By the way, this all has informed, number one, my firm participated in Elon's, buyout of Twitter, which now became X. And, I think hopefully my experiences there have been somewhat helpful, as he's done what he's done, as sort of a member of that syndicate. And then also, as you know, but we are the major outside investor in Substack. And I would say one of the things I'm proudest of is being able to take the learnings from these other companies that kind of couldn't figure out how to deal with this up front because they didn't know these issues were coming. And I think the Substack guys have done an amazing job building these questions and how to deal with them into the company from the very beginning. And Substack has been, far more resilient to these kinds of attacks and far more, pro-free speech than basically any other de novo company in the last 20 years. And so, and again, I think the tide is turning a bit on this, and we'll see what happens to the big companies. But,
Very briefly, I want to ask you something just about Ben Horowitz before we move on, who's your partner, and you've built this unbelievable firm with him. He endorsed Trump with you over the summer. Then a little while later, he talked about how he was going to give money to the Kamala Harris campaign. A lot of people saw that and thought this was a hedge, basically, for your firm, A16Z or Andreessen Horowitz. Was it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yes, it was a hedge. It was 100% a hedge. So it was a textbook definition of a hedge. Yes, it was for sure. So the context for that is the Biden administration was really bad. I would say seething contempt was their attitude towards the American tech industry. They went out of their way to damage it as much as they could. By the way, there's actually news in the press today. They basically destroyed the career of the CEO of Intel.
The last group that maybe I would think of as being victim to the excesses of maybe the totalitarianism of the left or the excesses of the Biden White House would be the kind of companies that you invest in. So tell us what this actually practically looks like for a person that's coming to this pretty cold.
Yeah, so basically the way I would describe it is the Clinton-Gore years, it was like Silicon Valley and Washington have had a partnership going back literally 100 years, right? Like the California, Silicon Valley, Northern California was the home of the invention of everything from guided missiles and radar, in the pre-World War II, and then leading into, the computer age. And the microchip and everything that followed. And then obviously the internet, was this payoff of this 40-year program by the government to fund, these technologies, that I was the beneficiary of. And then in the Clinton-Gore years, there was tremendous partnership, I would say, between DC and the Valley. A tremendous amount of love. And then, by the way, in the first Obama term, there was tremendous, back and forth. A lot of, for example, a lot of Silicon Valley people remember the famous Obamacare website, when it broke, a lot of the best and brightest in Silicon Valley just put their hands up and said, we're going to go to Washington and fix it.
Of course, I remember that website. Yeah.
Right. Exactly. Right. And that created something called the U.S. Digital Service, where they have these, they now for 15 years have had really bright Valley people who go into the White House and work on all these tech topics. And then, look, the military runs an American technology, right? right? And so like this dynamic part the deal. This dynamic was like super healthy and productive under both Democratic and Republican administrations, basically for my entire career, up until this one, up until the Biden administration. And by the way, this took us totally by surprise. And again, this is one of these things where I feel like I should have been able to see it coming, and I didn't see it coming.
Well, you don't think about like Joe Biden and his administration as being particularly passionate about this issue. So like what was driving it? Who was driving it? Name names.
I think this. Okay, let's get a quick hit here from Fox News.
Trump said on Truth Social, Syria is a mess, but not our friend. The United States should have nothing to do with it. This is not our fight. The group that's poised to take power in Syria is designated as a terrorist organization by the U.S., and there are 900 U.S. troops on the ground in Syria fighting ISIS. Is it really possible to stay out of it, as Trump said?
Well, we don't want to get involved in combat in Syria, but we do have vital interest there. First of all, Syria is a good news and a bad news story. It is a good news story in the sense the Assad regime was a brutal, murderous, tyrannical regime. It's good news for the Syrian people. It's a victory for Israel because they were the chief sponsor of Iran. It's a defeat for Iran. It's a defeat for Russia, which went in several years ago to prop up the Assad regime and has failed. So these are all good things. The problem is the new regime is headed by a guy named Jolani, who was radicalized by the 9/11 attacks to go to Iraq and fight the Americans. So he saw 9/11 and said, I'm going to go join that fight. He went to Iraq. He became a leader of al-Qaeda in Iraq, which became ISIS. And then he was sent by Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, the leader of that group, who Trump killed like a dog, if we all remember, to Syria. And he had a break with him. And so he is an al-Qaeda figure. Al-Qaeda had two goals. To get control of a nation state and get control of weapons of mass destruction. Well, they've just taken control of a nation state that has chemical weapons. So we have a vital interest in making sure that those chemical weapon stockpiles are destroyed. Right now, Israel and the United States are launching strikes to take those out, but we have to make sure we get them all, because they could end up in New York or Washington one day if we don't.
Trump's incoming national security advisor gave a preview, it seems, of his approach to the region. Take a listen.
President Trump was elected with an overwhelming mandate to not get the United States drug into any more Middle Eastern wars.
Josh, do you think that that's a sign that Trump could withdraw troops from the region? What would be the impact if he did, and how would the rest of the region react?
Well, it's a test of Trump's isolationist instincts versus the realities on the ground. And I agree with Marc that the Trump administration, and he's got a lot of very traditionalist, hawkish foreign policy advisors that don't want to see ISIS reestablish itself in northeast Syria. In fact, there's a prison where many of the most hardened ISIS terrorists are being housed. The Kurds are allies in that part of the country. And I think Trump and his advisors do realize that there are national security interests for the United States. I think what he doesn't want to get involved in taking sides and kind of, we don't know sort of the long-term intentions of HTS, the rebel group. We hope that they will be friendly to American interests and provide peace in the region, but we know that hope isn't.
Okay, not much to chew on there from the Fox panel. All right, Elbridge Colby, he would be my choice for America's Secretary of Defense. He goes on Christiane Amanpour's show, and she gets quite frustrated by his realist logic. Take it away.
So I don't know how much of Kaya Kallis that you heard, but she certainly at the end of our interview said that, yes, we have to do more on our defense. She didn't directly address the tariffs issue, but does that suggest that the Trump-Europe relationship would be smoother from the get-go, do you think, in a 2.0?
Well, yeah, I did hear it. And let me stress, I don't speak for President-elect Trump or his transition team or incoming administration. But I think there are some encouraging things that the High Representative said. But I think the last part has remained rhetorical. She kind of gestured at that. But the results are far more meager than I think Americans have a right to expect. And frankly, Europeans do, with the exceptions of some countries like Poland. I noted the High Representative's comments about putative isolationism. I think, let me put this to our European friends, and again, I don't speak for the president-elect, but I think this represents the kind of mindset that you see in America. I think we don't need lectures. I think we need real action by Europeans. Europeans know what they need to do. They need to not just spend more on defense, but deliver more combat capability for NATO. And that's what President Trump has clearly said, and take a much greater lead, including in military aid,
for Ukraine. And as the High Representative acknowledged there, that has not really happened. Germany, for instance, has cut below the level that the Bundeswehr was asking for. It's cut aid to Ukraine. France has cut aid to Ukraine. The UK is also in a parlous situation. So I think, look, we can talk about all of this stuff till the cows come home, but the right course for Europe is really to step up, maybe move away from some of these green initiatives, move away from some of this overregulation on industry, build back up its own defense industry capability, move back towards conscription. I don't know. Those are decisions for Europe. Liberalize the ability of Europe to issue bonds for greater defense spending. To me, those are all things that Europe should put on the table. But right now, we see a lot of rhetoric and relatively little action.
Elbridge, Colby, you wouldn't be lecturing Europe now, would you?
Well, I think, look, I don't speak for anybody else, but the American people have been spending well over 3.5% of GDP for a long time, and the Europeans have had a really good ride, certainly since the end of the Cold War, and even during the Cold War is disproportionate. So I don't think this is lecturing. I think this is, as President Trump rightly puts it, it's a dose of common sense. And here's the thing, Christian, I talk to Europeans all the time. They know what they need to do. How does it make sense for Germans to have spent between 1% and 2% of GDP on defense for decades and Americans to have spent a lot more? How does it make sense for the country that the current Secretary General of NATO ran for a very wealthy country to have spent well below 2%. This is not equitable, and it doesn't make sense for Europe. And our military, Biden is leaving it overstretched. Our weapon stockpiles are depleted.
Christian Amanpour doesn't particularly care for hearing what Elbridge Colby has to say. This is Elbridge Colby a month ago.
I mean, you gave a talk recently on prioritization, obviously putting the China threat at the top of the list in a world of scarce resources. I'm wondering, I want to go deeper into the argument in your book, but before that, there was an interesting panel recently at the All In Summit between John Mearsheimer and Jeffrey Sachs and David Sachs moderating.
Right.
I was curious. Mearsheimer was making this point that, in his view, he kept saying that America is the only regional hegemon, and that our goal when it comes to China should be to prevent them or to deny them from becoming a regional hegemon, breaking out of the island chain, because then they can roam the world, right? And so I guess as I was listening to that, and Jeffrey Sachs disagreed with that. I guess I'm wondering, I don't know. So if you're the only regional hegemon and you're preventing anyone else from becoming one, that's kind of a unipolar, that's kind of global hegemony, or is that different?
Yeah, it's different because, and I mean, I'm a big fan of so much of John's work, and it's influenced my own thinking, and I think if I could say my view and his view on China and regional hegemony is very close. I don't agree with him on everything. I mean, like the Israel-Palestine issue, I have a different view, but like on a lot of these key, and I think his analysis has been really borne out in the not so much the political decision-making in Moscow, but how the war has evolved in Ukraine. Yeah. That it's basically it's more attritional. It's more about balance of forces and resolve and so forth, as opposed to a kind of like, maneuverist or whatever. And also David Sachs is, a big admirer of a lot of his work. I don't agree with him on everything, the same thing, but I mean, I think a really important voice. Jeffrey Sachs, from what I can tell, I don't have as much overlap with, although I also don't want a war, so I guess that part, that part I agree with. But I would say on John's view, I think is absolutely right, and I agree that China has rational incentives for regional hegemony. It's standard behavior. And I think John's assessment of China has done much better in predicting China's behavior over the last generation than the China specialists. Yeah. If you look at what the typical China person would have predicted back 30, 40 years ago, John's assessment of this is a rising great power, much, much, much better. So, that's as a kind of realist, geopolitically focused. The one thing is, the roaming thing I agree with. One thing I've discussed with him before is that I try to get into it a little bit in my book, is I think the incentives are primarily economic. So I think the work of like Robert Gilpin, who was at Princeton back in the 70s and 80s and so forth, this is important because really the stakes of what we're talking about are economic. In a sense, what I think of as a secure geoeconomic sphere. Rather than pure military. I mean, usually, even going back to like the pre-modern era, Attila the Hun and Genghis Khan were rampaging around to extort, tribute, right? Yeah. Like even barbarian. But certainly in the modern world, what great powers want is like a big economic sphere, in my view, guaranteed future economic growth and prospects. But the way to get that is through military force, because economic sanctions and other things don't work well to force countries to be in your economic sphere. A classic historical example of this is Japan's stated war goals in 1941, which would create a greater East Asia co-prosperity sphere, which was specifically in reaction to the American attempt to embargo Japan for good reason, morally, not necessarily strategically, because we were trying to cut off Japan's oil and other natural resource imports. That's what I think China has a rational incentive for. And actually China's export-led model, Asian tiger-style model, and the fact that it's doubling down on that actually increases those incentives. In fact, I think China is almost bearing out Lenin's theory of imperialism, ironically, which was that the purpose of imperialism was to develop captive markets that like people could like dump their advanced, as I understand, advanced manufacture into, and also get guaranteed resources. And that's sort of what China's doing. Like a lot of places, for instance, in Latin America, I think have been like semi-deindustrialized. I mean, the United States has been semi-deindustrialized because China's taken that over. So that's what the reason, like I actually thought about this in my book. I think the US is a regional hegemon of sorts. The US doesn't, well, the main difference is that Asia, China's area is far more important than the parts of the Western Hemisphere that is not the United States. I mean, I think the United States would probably be like around 20 to 25%, depending on the metric, of global GDP. The rest of the Western Hemisphere would probably be, certainly if you left out Canada, would be like a couple percent, below 5%. Wow. So it's like very small. You know, the Brazilian economy is fairly large, but it's, you know, it's not it's a lot of it's natural resources and stuff. Canada is an important economy, but it's essentially like it's adjacent to the United States. Like I think most of the Canadian population lives on the border with the United States, right? Like, so it's sort of almost part of our own sphere directly. So whereas Asia, China's like 20, 25% of GDP, but then you have India, Japan, the ASEAN countries. Most of the largest economies in the future are going to be in Asia, with the exception of the United States, maybe Germany, and Brazil, maybe. So that means that like, and this is a key point that I'm always kind of stressing to the Chinese, I'm not moralizing about their, you know, I'm not like
their interest.
Their interest and their desire for regional hegemony. That's how we behave. But that doesn't make it okay, like or it doesn't make it something that we are going to accept. Like it's not like some trump card that they're like, oh, well, you have dominance over Latin America. And it's like, well, A, we're going to go after our interests. And B, we've made mistakes and not always been right. And C, like Asia's just a lot more important. Right. And so that's the fundamental difference. And I think that's sort of, and I think that John's point, and you know, one I share about like the anti-hegemonic basis for American foreign policy, that is deeply rooted. If you go back to like George Kennan's speech after World War II at the National Defense University, Nicholas Spikeman's work during World War II, but even farther back, and then going even farther back to like British foreign policy, we in a sense kind of play a similar role where we are trying to avoid, you know, huge portions of the world economy being under a dominant power.
And so I guess the question with like balance of power, stability. So like, you know, so I guess where I'm trying to figure out where the line is because in one sense you could say, all right, so like we sort of dominate, you know, the Western Hemisphere economically and militarily. China dominates their hemisphere, and then whatever, Russia and whoever dominates in the other spheres. But clearly, like, we're uncomfortable with that.
Well, it doesn't net out because the numbers don't work. That's why. Like in theory, and this is actually, there are a lot of conservatives, I find, who find that idea attractive because it's like, we're going to stop these stupid wars and all that, and I'm sympathetic to that. But the problem is like so much more of the economic scale and growth is concentrated in Asia. And that's also why we got into World War I and World War II, was because if the Germans had taken over Europe, they would have dominated the European economy, which was a source of capital, where we sold stuff. And by the way, once they do that, they can, as John points out, they can project military power beyond that. So for instance, the Chinese ships are already like going into Alaskan sea and airspace and so forth. And Chinese fishing fleets are operating off the Galapagos. So it's not like, if they're super strong, they're not going to be like, oh, yeah, you can do whatever you want over there. We're not going to bother you. No. And moreover, we are going to need to trade into and get stuff from those huge economic areas. And if China controls it, they're going to gatekeep it. That was what we were really doing in World War II and the Cold War, I think.
So somehow we don't want to be sort of the global hegemon, but we also want to deny other people from becoming hegemons in our region.
Which is I think is both a reasonable goal, or it's a reasonable goal, it's feasible. It also aligns with the interests of many, many other countries. India does not want to be under China's thumb. Japan does not want to be under China's thumb. Philippines, Australia. So like we're working, instead of like the missionary progressivism of the unipolar era, where we're going to impose, a certain form of left, Fukuyama type political society, whatever economy. This is more like, hey, and you can see this in the rhetoric, even today you mentioned social media. It's like India. India has a different set of traditions and cultures and but like it's interesting. The brilliant foreign minister of India, Jaishankar, wrote a piece a couple months ago in the Indian press calling for Bharat, which is I think the term they're using in India, as far as I understand, but Bharat first, India first, America first. Okay, here we can overlap, and here's how we can work together. And you want your autonomy, even like Vietnam. I mean, communists, negative on communism, but we have shared interests. And and I also think in a way that's actually the best way to promote republicanism and democracy anyway. Like the main reason why democratization came in this wave after in the 1990s was, well, the Soviet Union had fallen apart. So like the most powerful country with the money and the power, Lebowski, was a democracy. So it like tends to, so the best thing you can do for idealism is be strong and successful anyway. So it's like overdetermined.
Yeah. And to what length should we go to prevent China from that regional hegemony?
Yeah.
Is there a tipping point where it's the risks of war are too high and then we concede that hegemony? Yeah.
Well, and this is like I go into like in great depth in my book, as I think you know, is precisely this point, which is that this is a very strong, but nonetheless sort of relative interest. It's not truly existential, like in the sense that we could survive in such a world. So like there is a point. It doesn't make sense to lose like multiple American cities, large cities.
To in a nuclear war.
I mean, a couple points. I think it's very, very important because I think American life would fundamentally change if China dominated the Asian market because it would become the globally dominant. And so I think in ways that we don't appreciate, we would become not just like we're not America, whatever, but like the global economy would have like this sucking sound going to Asia. And so for all of us who want, for instance, we're talking about our mutual friend, Ambassador Bob Lighthizer, for another person I have great admiration for, if you want to reindustrialize America, forget about it.
Yeah.
Or my good friend Warren Cass, like forget about reindustrializing America if China dominates the global economy.
Yeah.
Right? So like it's a very important interest. So I think we should be prepared to risk a lot, like a lot of people. I mean, and I say that without any, interest obviously in that and a fear of that. But I think it's a very, very important interest. And in the sense, during the Cold War, nobody really knows what any president would have done if actually confronted with the situation of the Soviets invading Western Europe. And I'm not sure, I don't think we want to go down exactly the path we did then. But we were at least willing to credibly risk large numbers of American cities. It's kind of a probabilistic thing. But the best policy, which I tried to go at in this book, is to not rely on having to lose a bunch of American cities, but rather to have a military that works with those militaries that I talked about, like Japan, India, that are strong or could be stronger in the case of Japan, but want to preserve their independence, to work with them, which is naturally working with the warp and woof of their political intent, but also the military situation, which is, as John puts it memorably, the stopping power of water, which is a pretty, it's hard to invade other people across water, or in the case of India, huge mountains between China. So there's a lot of natural advantages that we can take advantage so that we don't have to get to that point where we're like regional hegemony or like mass national catastrophe.
Yeah.
That the whole point of the strategy is to avoid that. Where we're seeing this like hit bone now, though, is the issue of Taiwan, which I've been arguing for many years the United States should be prepared to defend because it is very important. But I've always said that it is a important but not vital or existential interest. Like I often use that, like it's a 70 out of 100.
Okay.
And so it's been really important for the United States to prioritize its military, to make it more viable, to bring down the cost of defending Taiwan for the American people, to make it a winning proposition for the chief executive. And at the same time for the Taiwanese to do more. Unfortunately, those two things have not happened.
Yeah.
We have not prioritized Asia, and the Taiwanese are laggardly. And so we are heading to a situation in which we are going to face such a dilemma in a more micro context with Taiwan. But if Taiwan were to fall or capitulate or be abandoned, that would be very damaging for our anti-hegemonic cause, because people would say, like, well, wait a minute, why should I trust them? And the Chinese would be emboldened, and all these things that we all know about, that the primicists always exaggerate, but which there is truth to.
Sure.
Like the issue of credibility, I go into the book, I have kind of a moderate vision of credibility. Like the primicists say everything is interconnected, and that's not true. We won the Cold War after losing in Vietnam. But it's all the sort of real restrainers who say there's no such thing as credibility. That's not true too.
Yeah.
Because if you're going to get a mortgage, you got to get a credit report, right? Like, of course, if you're going to put your neck out, you're going to want to judge somebody how reliable they are. So this is where, but the solution is, like as Clausewitz says, the best solution is to be very strong. That's not what we're doing.
Sure.
I think there's very limited interest among the American people for raising defense spending dramatically. So I think we should act with focus.
So talking about economic issues, so in terms of the decoupling from China, I'm curious how this fits into this strategy. Because obviously, as it relates to kind of key industries that are vital for our national security or technology, we obviously need that manufacturing base here. Now, but it's sort of a whole-scale decoupling. Would that be counterproductive for what you're describing militarily?
So this is a great question. So it's what's really, I think, important in my thinking, and this has only been reinforced watching the sanctions against Russia, but also China and others, and also China's own sanctions. I don't think economic sanctions work very well. There are a few examples, like maybe Iran in the 2010s, but it's kind of a special set of circumstances. South Africa, which I also think is kind of sui generis. But generally speaking, I don't think sanctions work. They don't really work to get countries to do things they don't really want to do. Look at Russia, hasn't changed. Look at China, hasn't changed. North Korea, Vietnam was under sanctions, Cuba, Iran. Iraq, the reason that the stated reason why the Bush administration went into Iraq was because they believed the sanctions weren't fundamentally working.
Yeah.
I think that was a bad decision, but like that was their rationale. Also, sanctions are super porous, especially when you're dealing with like a major economy. I mean, Russia's getting a lot of things that it needs from various sources, including Europe. I mean, the Europeans are still buying like natural gas and providing through intermediaries, semiconductors and stuff. But what's good for the goose is good for the gander. They don't work very well for us, but they also don't work very well for China.
Yeah.
And this is the critical point. Like China's imposed sanctions in one way or another on pretty much most of the countries in Asia. And that's caused those countries to move away from total reliance on China. Australia, Japan, even Taiwan, India, Philippines. These countries have moved to kind of balance against China. And so what that means is it's sort of bad news for our sanctions mania, but it's actually good news in the sense that actually economically, the Chinese will have difficulty bringing us to our knees using economic sanctions alone, because it's essentially kind of, I think it's not self-correcting, but there's like things are moving in the right direction.
Okay, I've got philosopher Rony Guldmann coming up on the show in about 5 minutes. Let me get a little bit more here from Marc Andreessen.
Attacker and many other issues, including many that you talk about. You have this incredible dichotomy between what seems like a reasonable, moderate, centrist, thoughtful, sort of president who's been a senator forever and sort of, pillar of the old democratic establishment. And then you have this like incredibly radicalized, set of policies with this young staff that just is like out for blood on all these different fronts. And, how much of that was because Biden was senile and didn't know what was happening? How much of that was a conscious political trade-off that he made to get the support of the progressives in 2020? How much of that is just the entire core 20-something, 30-something base of Democratic staffers is now just like super aggressive and super woke. And, look, I think foreign policy people have that question, and I think economic policy people have that question, and people concerned about like inflation have that question, and people concerned about taxes have that question. And we have our version of that, which is they just adopted these very, very radical positions aimed squarely at damaging us as much as they possibly could. And that played out specifically for us in 3 areas that caused us to endorse Trump. One was crypto, where they just declared war and tried to kill the entire industry and drive it offshore. Number 2 was AI, where I became very scared earlier this year that they were going to do the same thing to AI that they did to crypto. And then third is what seems like an esoteric topic, but turns out to be, I think, very important, which is this concept of unrealized capital gains tax. So taxing private companies, which also by definition means, will ultimately end up meaning homeowners and everybody else who owns a private asset, small business people, and basically destroying the ability to have small businesses, to be able to have home ownership, and to be able to have tech startups through this sort of structural change to taxes called unrealized capital gains.
Okay, let's
the
get
crypto war,
Rony Guldmann back on the show. Rony Guldmann.
Hey, Luke, how you doing?
Good, man. I'll just introduce you. You're
Okay.
an attorney. You are a philosopher. You're an author, and it's great to talk to you. So let me just ask you an opening question about the campaign that I texted you about, and so I'd just love to have you talk more about it. There was a column in the Financial Times in 2023 that said the major difference between right-wing news media and mainstream news media is their position on Joe Biden's senility. So for people in right-wing media, for years, it was obvious that Joe Biden was effectively senile. And for people in mainstream media, it was not obvious that Joe Biden is senile. I am on the right. I am biased. It was obvious to me that much of the time, not all the time, but much of the time, Joe Biden bore many of the signs of senility. I'm also a moderately educated man, and I recognize that it's not socially acceptable in educated circles to describe anyone as senile. You have to use language like cognitively challenged or cognitively declined, which simply does not trip off the tongue nearly as naturally as senile. Senile is such a useful word to describe how Joe Biden appears some of the time, and it's such a common, ordinary, straightforward, blunt American term, which is a term that's just socially forbidden to use in more educated circles. So my question for you is, why is it that ordinary Americans and right-wing Americans saw for years prior to Biden's disastrous debate performance against Donald Trump that at times he bore many of the signs of senility, while the news media, by and large, did not see that, and effectively, from a right-wing perspective, seemed to actively cooperate with the White House in covering up that obvious fact. And it was only after Biden's disastrous debate with Donald Trump, and then they went full bore on the story, because now Joe Biden was an obstacle to preventing the election of Donald Trump. So prior to the debate, Biden was an asset for preventing the election of Donald Trump. But once Biden became the obstacle, then it was no holds barred mainstream media coverage on Joe Biden's cognitive decline. Any thoughts on why approximately one half of the country saw Joe Biden's condition apparently with much more clarity than the more educated part of the country?
Well, okay. So, yeah, I agree with you. I don't think it's unfair to characterize Joe Biden as having at least, sporadic senility. I'm not sure the extent to which it kind of came on, but it certainly did come on. At least sometimes he would jumble words. He would lose his train of thought, lose his sense of the proper connections between words, or sticking to the subject. So that is not an inaccurate perception. I think that to the extent that the liberal-leaning media was disingenuous about his senility, I think their implicit, unstated operating framework, well, who are we comparing him to? And of course, the answer to that question is Donald Trump. Now, Donald Trump was not quote unquote senile in the same way, right? There weren't as many deer in the headlights moments, just totally losing his train of thought. But I think that from a liberal's perspective, the mental disorganization of Joe Biden was understood as preferable to the outright derangement of Trump. So they saw it as a disorganization versus derangement. Now, and so, in terms of senility, in terms of that's a certain kind of cognitive decline, and I know what you're talking about. Yeah, that was Joe Biden. But I think they felt that simply concede that, even though it would be an accurate concession in certain respects, would be distortive insofar as it would function to give Donald Trump a pass on, the absolute derangement and, crankery that was coming out of him, like that, the FBI was trying to assassinate him, putting bleach in our veins to fight COVID, et cetera, et cetera. And so I think when they talked about when liberals thought about the candidate's cognitive state, they were thinking about a broader range of factors than just senility in the narrow sense, in the sense of being disorganized in one's thinking, and thought about the derangement as well. And so, given that Donald Trump had received a pass for that, I think they saw themselves as doing no worse than leveling the playing field by giving a pass to Joe Biden, disingenuous though that may have been in some respects.
What's the philosophical basis for a reluctance to use a word like senile among educated Americans?
Well, I mean, it's just I guess it's for the same reason they don't like all sorts of words. I guess like
retarded.
maybe handicapped. It's just it's a word which, through long use, is associated with a negative state of being, and yeah, maybe they're afraid that word therefore has the power to unleash, elicit at some subtle level, undue animus, or maybe unfairly broad and crude stereotyping. It's and I mean, senile also implies there is a difference, I think, between being a good debater, or even a competent debater, and a competent speech maker, and the level of judgment that you're going to make when you support or oppose various legislative proposals. And again, it's the same thing. Yes, senile in the narrow sense may have been an accurate characterization, but as far as some people saw it, it threatened to elicit a harsher judgment than was technically warranted by the evidence, even if the judgment warranted by the evidence was harsher than they were willing to acknowledge. I don't think we see like the total kind of we don't see a delusional aspect in any of his policy judgments. Like, let's say just recently, right, there was an attempted coup in South Korea. That guy, the president, even though I don't think he's senile, you can say there's just like something wrong with his judgment, something he just fundamentally didn't get. He was fundamentally out of touch with things. I don't think you see that in the policy judgments of Joe Biden. And again, I think senile can have various connotations, and I don't know what the technical medical definition is, so I'm going to hesitate to say whether he is technically senile or
It's
not.
not a medical term. Yeah, it's not a medical
It's
term.
decline. I'm not denying that, but I don't think that impaired everything about him in equal measure.
So Americans used to be known for their plain speech, but among the more educated you are, the more elite your education, the more you're expected to avoid a great deal of plain speech and use far more euphemisms. Is that fair?
I guess, but I would say I think that has both its vices and its virtues. Obviously as its vices, which is, I guess, what you're thinking of. Yeah, you can sort of, it allows you to elude certain truths. It permits a certain amount of gaslighting, but I mean, nuance can have intellectually dishonest uses, for sure. But it also has intellectually productive uses, and something, I guess, a term like senility. It obscures the fact that while Biden's thinking, particularly before an audience, wasn't particularly disciplined or organized, and I'm being euphemistic, it's more extreme than that. Still, he didn't have a level of delusional thinking that one sees in Trump. He certainly didn't entertain the kinds of dangerous ideas one finds in Trump. So I'm.
So my question though was, it wasn't whether euphemistic speech is good or bad. My question was, is it not true that the more elite and more developed your education level in the United States, the more likely you are to depart from a great deal of plain speaking towards more euphemistic speaking for good and for ill?
Yes, well, the trend you observe is real. I guess I'm just taking issue with your characterization insofar as you say, like, plain versus euphemism. That suggests that all the truth is on the side of the plain speech, and that euphemism is a departure, is nothing more than a departure from truth, for the sake of other values, a wokeness, politeness, whatever it may be. and that's what I'm disputing. I don't think the difference between them is that one has a certain sort of politeness and empathy on its side, but the other side has truth. I think that plain speech, insofar as it's unnuanced, then that's part of what makes plain speech plain. That has its capacity to distort the truth as well in its own way, as far as it obscures certain distinctions, like the one I've been describing between the question of mental disorganization in speech versus judgment, and by obscuring that distinction, indirectly giving undue cognitive credit to Trump. He doesn't have the kind of mental disorganization as much that is one found in Biden, but he certainly has his own cognitive vices, which maybe are not captured by the term senility. Maybe we don't have a perfect, a common, well-worn term to capture them, but they were real. So what you're saying is real, yeah, as a sociological
Okay,
observation.
I take it,
Right,
and
right.
I accept that emendation. That
Yeah, as a sociological observation, it's true, but I wouldn't necessarily conceptualize what you're observing in the same way that you are.
Yeah, I accept that emendation. So one of the reasons that journalists offered up for why they didn't talk about Joe Biden's cognitive and physical decline was that it's a highly uncomfortable thing to talk about someone's body and their physicality, and
right.
And so in normal conversation among people, say, who are working in construction, there's not much hesitancy in noting that someone's got a prominent birthmark or a disfigurement or a limp. But the more elite your education, in a public forum, the more you're expected not to remark on someone's physiognomy. Is that fair?
I think that's fair. I've not thought about that question before, but it is consistent with a lot of the stuff that I've written in Conservative Claims of Cultural Oppression. I think stuff that we've talked about different understandings of the self, that you can understand. I argue that you can understand a lot of conservatism, or at least, let's say, right-wing sentiment generally, by virtue of a more embodied understanding of the self, which is that what you see is what you get. This is just who you are, be it pleasant or not. I'm not going to deny reality. Whereas there is within the left or the buffered self a higher inarticulate propensity to see people as kind of above their circumstances, above their physiology, including the physiology, in some sort of important ways. An idea that human beings can't be reduced just to their concrete physical embodiment. Hence the greater empathy for criminals. I think that's consistent with things I've said. That sounds correct.
Right. So I was trying to watch a Netflix show this past week called Black Doves. And it was a political thriller about a female assassin who was married to the defense minister of the United Kingdom. And I was really looking forward to enjoying the show. But in the first episode, there were approximately 5 scenes of man-on-man sex that I just had a visceral repulsion to. And I am willing to put up with some explicit gay scenes. I love the movie Brokeback Mountain.
Right.
I love the TV series on Aaron Hernandez, which emphasized his gay sex life. I love the TV series Industry, which had a lot of male-on-male sex. But I do have a very visceral response to it. It's something that I have to overcome if I'm gonna keep watching it. And apparently, the American Institute of Bisexuality did a study where they're able to measure a particular enzyme in our saliva, which is linked to stress and disgust. And they found that no matter how pro-LGBT the individual was, that straight people, when presented with pictures of gay men kissing, that they viscerally reacted with disgust. And so
Right.
I then tried to research the topic on Google, and there was in the first like 50 results, I couldn't find any empathy or any respectful treatment of my visceral feeling of pain when without asking for it, this is just thrust into TV shows and movies that I see, that this distress that I feel watching it, this innate precognitive sense of repulsion that I feel,
Right.
which I suspect tens of millions of people feel, gets no respect or empathy from the cognitive elite, including the cognitive elite who run Google. Do you have any thoughts on this?
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't think there's anything problematic about having that visceral response. I mean, I would feel it to a certain extent. I mean, obviously, given the plot, gay sex has a role in certain movies, but I think, yeah, you might say, why do they have to play it, beyond the time that's necessary for the narrative? You have to advance the narrative. It has to be there for certain reasons. But are you pushing it? Are you trying to trigger people? Is one question. Look, I think it is probably natural to have that visceral response, because the moralized condemnation of homosexuality would never have arisen if that visceral precognitive response hadn't been there to sustain it in the first place. But there remains the question of, well, what should we make of that visceral response? I mean, I think it's perfectly fine to like find gay sex, I guess, not to feel uncomfortable with it, but it's also in the same way. I feel, I think about, I'm certain foods I really don't like hard boiled eggs. It evokes a certain visceral response in me, even though I like omelets, and that's fine. But it's kind of, how do you treat that visceral response? Is it just that, or are you deriving some sort of broader moral judgment from that? And I don't think we should um, shame people for having that visceral response in and of itself, but how, what's the individual's interpretation of it? Maybe there's something, in our inherited biology that makes that viscerally unattractive. I don't know, but you just see it as a reaction, or do you see it as the revelation of some sort of higher truth about the moral or cosmic status of homosexuality? Right, that's the difference, as I argue in the book, between the left and the right. Right, the left tries to aspire to this naturalistic, non anthropomorphic interpretation of events. It's just there's some causal chain that led me to have this visceral reaction, whereas the right, who I argue they inhabit a more pre-modern worldview, tend to see that as the revelation of something, of some truth, and maybe some truth that they need to act on politically in some way. And to the extent that the left is unfairly disdainful towards the mere precognitive reaction as such, I would assume that the motivation for that is their sense that these precognitive visceral reactions are the fuel for a moral and political worldview, and that's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy, I guess, because I don't think that that has to be the case. I would cite myself as an example where it's not the case, where I can distinguish between finding something viscerally unappealing and passing a moral judgment. But from the liberal point of view, many people don't make that distinction. But of course, it's also the case, as I said, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, because to the extent that they refuse to make that distinction, then their political enemies likewise won't make that distinction. And then insofar as you imply on some level that the precognitive reaction is just as objectionable as someone who seeks to deprive gays of all civil rights and so forth. If to the extent liberals don't make that distinction, I think it's going to be the case that a lot of other people, their targets, aren't going to make that distinction either, and so in their case, these visceral precognitive sentiments will generate an anti-gay political backlash. But this I think probably in many spheres we can ask to what extent does the intense puritanical moralization by the left instigate the very phenomena which they seek to oppose and suppress.
Now, would you be surprised that many producers of TV shows and movies who believe that they're primarily bottom line oriented might be taking some bottom line financial hits for their insertion into movies and TV shows that are not explicitly about gay themes, but they're sticking male on male sex scenes into these shows? If they're taking financial hits from it, perhaps they might feel righteous because they are trying to morally educate Americans about different sexual identities and the importance of overcoming one's habitual responses of disgust at people who do things differently. So perhaps they might be willing to take a financial hit to do the moral thing. Think that's possible?
For sure. Obviously, I mean, one of the things I emphasize in conservative claims of cultural oppression is, I mean, certainly for liberals, you can't understand what's going on if you just think in terms of, financial, monetary capital. There's also symbolic capital. If you think just in terms of financial capital, then, you will see then it will be solely the right, which is motivated by selfish avarice. But when you see that many people on the left, given their particular social positions, they want to accrue symbolic capital, it's perfectly plausible they would be prepared to sacrifice some monetary gain to that end. I don't, and generally my theory of human nature, I think financial money beyond a certain point is valued as a means to social status. So therefore, insofar as money has merely become a means, there's no reason why you wouldn't sacrifice that in order to obtain social status in some other way more efficiently. Yeah, not implausible at all.
Was there anything that surprised you and captured your attention about the American 2024 presidential campaign?
Well, I did not. I can't say that Trump's winning was a huge surprise. It was never impossible. I think the increased level of brazenness by Trump. I mean, I think he's somebody who's fueled by success. So Trump has brought him success, and therefore he feels more comfortable being Trump. Right? I think it's a Corey Lewandowski said, "Let Trump be Trump." I think there is less and less of compunction by the right. I think, let's say the Madison Square Garden thing. I think Puerto Rico is an island of is a floating island of garbage. I think things which could not have been said as directly before have now are now said without embarrassment. I think there's less the cries for revenge. Trump saying he's going to just go after me. Think about the idea that Trump would seek to, rescind the license of CBS because he feels that in the Harris's 60 Minutes interview, they edited the interview unfairly in her favor. Maybe that's true. I'm not saying it's not. It's plausible, and I haven't studied it. The idea that the federal government would engage in such judgments and take legal actions on that basis, I mean, that would have been just anathema to the mainstream not that long ago. So yeah, I think there's I think it's a kind of very crazy timeline where people do not appreciate the utter extremity of what's going on with Trump and with what Trump has become, and they're inert to that, and so they can readily see all the flaws with Kamala Harris, completely uninspired and so forth. But there is something kind of fantastical and otherworldly where I think the right has just adopted a very different set of cognitive norms. It's not simply about a change in policy towards greater protectionism or isolationism or whatever you want to call it. There is a cognitive shift on the American right, I feel.
Yeah, it'd be nice if you could look at your cam a little bit more. Yeah, thank you, so that we can gaze into your soul. Yeah. It's fine. Okay, great. So another disturbing feeling that I experience, and I suspect tens of millions of Americans experience, is a sense of unease when one can't immediately tell whether or not the person that you're interacting with is male or female. And so I can understand the desire to portray life from the perspective of the non-binary or the transgender, but there doesn't seem to be much respectful or sympathetic treatment for the tens of millions of Americans who find dealing with the non-binary and the transgendered emotionally upsetting. Any thoughts on why only one side gets empathy and respect from the news media to the extent that is true, and the other side gets short shrift?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's certainly what the transgender argument. I do think it's like a very implausible worldview where they're asking us to kind of accept something which is foreign to most people's identities. We have this thing called a gender identity, which is ethereal. It's not physical, but it's somehow linked in some symbolic fashion to our physical identities, but may not correspond to our actual physical identities, yet has to be recognized as superseding it in some fashion. It's not something which is going to make visceral sense to people. But I mean, so what? I mean, insofar as you do have certain elements of the transgender left, and I'm not saying this is the majority. I'm not sure what percentage it is, to be perfectly honest. but I mean, insofar as you are telling people that, in the context of dating and intimate relations, you have to be on some level indifferent to their physical characteristics, and it's the self-professed gender identity that supersedes all and matters above all. I don't think that's a realistic demand, you can make of people. In terms of, so I certainly don't think they have the right to, demand that people overcome that visceral sense, again, which you're describing, in order to accommodate anyone. But I also don't think that even if people who have that sentiment, if they're not obligated to accommodate transgender people, there's also not, psychologically compelled to act on these physiological reactions, these visceral reactions at every instance. I mean, hopefully, I would think that in many situations we can just have a live and let live attitude, and find you have this certain feeling of awkwardness. Okay, you don't need to deny it, but you don't necessarily need to express it. I mean, we have all sorts of feelings that we may not express in polite company, and we accept that that restraint. So it's a question of degree, and so I make a distinction between women who might be uncomfortable having biological males in their sports athletic room versus where they find themselves in that situation. That's one thing, but I don't think that means you have to if you're not in that situation, I don't think you have to go out of your way to deny or cast aspersions on these identities. Otherwise, again, only if you're put in a position where you kind of your visceral feelings require it, as in the locker room example, so be it. But we shouldn't exploit the existence of those situations, I think, to warrant gratuitous expressions of animus.
Which podcast, if any, do you listen to?
I listen to a variety of stuff. I listen to the Bulwark. They are kind of moderate anti-Trump conservatives. I listen to Sam Cedar, the Majority Report. I listen to Breaking Points, even though in the mornings I'm kind of a little tired of Sager, a little too pro-Putin to my mind. So quite a variety.
And do you get frustrated that, hey, I've got a better decoder system than all you other blokes?
Decoder? What do you mean by decoder system?
Like, to me, you've got a better decoding system explanation of political and cultural currents in this country than everybody else, which is why I keep going and reading and rereading your book, why I keep, when news comes up and I want an explanation about what's happening, I keep returning to your book. I put in particular words into your book to try to find, what did Rony say about this? What did Rony say about that? So just today, I just put in the word distress into your book to help explain the feelings that I was feeling with regard to certain content on movies and TV, because I couldn't get any respectful or empathetic treatment on Google. So I went to your book to try to explain what was going on. So for me, Conservative Claims of Cultural Oppression is the best book to explain what's political battles and cultural battles between right and left in America today. It's just so much smarter and more incisive than everything else out there.
I appreciate that. I'm flattered, but as to I briefly tried my own YouTube channel. I don't think I got more than a handful of views, and so recently, and recently, as I told you, I sent you the draft. I tried to distill some of the critical spirit of conservative claims into this narrow analysis of vaccine conspiracism and fat phobia. So far, I don't know. I've sent it off to maybe 10 places. I've got 3 dings. A number haven't responded. They might reject it without responding. I don't know. I've got some more to send it to, but I'm sort of, it would be, to me, it's very self-flattering. Why do I have a hard time garnering an audience with the stuff that I've put out there? Yeah, and I'd love to believe that it's so much smarter and therefore to that degree more inaccessible. I would prefer to tell myself that, and maybe it's true, and your opinion that it's true helps confirm it in my mind. But on a day-to-day level, I can't entertain that thought on a continuous basis because it would be it's too depressing a thought.
Yes,
I get, I mean, I put a huge amount of effort into the books, and also a significant amount of effort into the latest thing, and maybe I'll have to self-publish on Medium or something. And at the end of the day, but it's just it's very hard to get people's attention. And I think that even though if you're really into it and you read it carefully, it will get your attention. Because of my peculiar life course, I'm not integrated into any, networks of elites, academia, for reasons that have already been explained. I'm not. But then I find that even, I sent it to Quillette and, various other places, they have their networks as well. I'm not going to be recognized as, somebody who's, a major player. And so, I don't really know. We will see. I'm going to keep on going. I'll send it to more places. I'll write other articles. Maybe I'll give YouTube another shot. But whatever I do, I proceed with a profound sense of doubt in the back of my mind, and I don't want that doubt to turn into self-doubt, but it is doubt. At a minimum, I don't know how am I going to get people to read? I'm going to send the Conservative Claims of Cultural Oppression manuscript out to a bunch of academic publishers, but I feel like for a lot of them, you got a guy who's okay. I got a PhD. I've got a few academic publications, but no institutional affiliation. And the book is, 800 pages, they'll once in a while publish 800-page books, but it's typically people who are, really, really up there on the academic status hierarchy. So I don't know. This question you posed to me, I try to not to lean too heavily into it, even though it certainly comes to mind.
Right.
Because,
when I was trying to
when
I was trying to explain why the news media didn't talk about Joe Biden's obvious infirmity very much prior to his disastrous debate performance, the primary explanation that I sought out was your book, and then our private email and text exchange and there are 30 different blog posts that I have on 20 plus different topics where it's your book that I turn to for the best explanation for why left and right experience life very differently. You were working, correct me if I'm wrong, were you not, on an essay about issues regarding transgender? Is that accurate over the past year?
Yeah, well, I was that was once I said, once I couldn't really garner an audience on YouTube, I was like, well, maybe just write some articles. And I was working on transgenderism for a time, and I wrote, but then somehow I just had this feeling one day, well, I'd definitely like to return to this. But then I felt like maybe right now I feel like writing the fat acceptance and vaccine rejectionism article, so I kind of put it aside for a while. But that's certainly of interest to me, and something I'd like to return to. But yeah, I put it aside for the sake of the article that I recently sent you. I will get back to it at some point.
Right. There's Marc Andreessen, who strikes me as a generally commonsensical, centrist He's a venture capitalist out of the Silicon Valley. He gave a recent interview to Barry Weiss, and he said that America was living under a soft totalitarianism from 2013 until about 2022. Anything you want to say about this widely shared perception by many people in the center and the right that the Obama Biden years and also during the first Trump term that our elites, particularly say with regard to free expression online, with regard to the possession of a bank account, and with regard to HR standards and speech standards and other standards in school, that we were living under a soft totalitarianism. And it's also a theme in your book, Conservative Claims of Cultural Oppression, is essentially that conservatives have been living under a soft totalitarianism. Anything you want to say on this?
Yeah, I mean, insofar as look, the question is whether this is anything more egregious than is what is inherent to any kind of social order. I mean, you've had more conservative periods of American history. Certainly, deviants in 1950s suburbia also felt they were under a form of soft totalitarianism, and that the entire surroundings communicated to them that their values were off, and that they were freaks and deviants for holding on to them. So it's certainly there. I guess the question is it more egregious than what is the minimum required social coercion involved in any society? But look, there's no question there are many on the left too. We talked about driving symbolic capital, even if that means at the expense of financial capital. And look, there is this competition. I guess Thomas Sowell calls it between the anointed and the benighted, for who is going to be the most esteemed culturally. And I don't have a problem. And certainly, the mainstream cultural institutions certainly have a certain amount of sway, which gives the left a certain advantage. So on that perception, I don't dispute the right wingers sense of things, but my problem with it is that insofar as you put it in the context of some sort of new threat to free speech and human liberty, how do you on the one side you have these kind of unspoken mores, and that can it can cost you a job or opportunities, and maybe unfairly so. But again, the problem is that those perceptions are, even if true, they are still deployed politically, to distract from the potentially much more tangible threat to liberty coming from the American right, where there's talk about prosecuting people for denying that the 2020 elections were fraudulent and so forth. So it's not the accuracy of the conservative perception, but it is the distortion caused by the prominence of that perception and how it's used to obscure a fair sense of the overall political landscape, where there are very severe threats from the right.
Now, if it's accurate that Sam Bankman-Fried's investors are going to get their money back plus some, in part because he was such a great venture capitalist, if I just heard that from Michael Lewis in a recent interview, would Sam Bankman-Fried's prison sentence of something like 27 years be excessive compared
Well,
to,
I mean,
say,
from what I
you know,
understand,
yeah.
yes, they are getting back somewhat more than they had than the dollar value of what they had in there the day they declared bankruptcy, but that is because the value of, for whatever reason, which I can't fathom, but I guess the value of Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies have continued to go up, even though they dipped for quite a while. They have continued to go up. So given the present day value of the Bitcoins which they've been able to salvage, they can compensate people at somewhat more than their value back to 2 years ago. But if you compare it to what they would have had they retained all their Bitcoins and had it appreciated as it has, they have less than that. So, so they were still harmed relative to where they presumably would have been, but for his actions. Of course, we can't speculate for any given individual. Maybe they would have sold their Bitcoin, prematurely.
Well, Sam Bankman-Fried unduly punished because he had a stupid policy of talking to the news media when he should have shut up and listened to his attorneys, and now he's in prison for 27 years when this guy, properly channeled and regulated, would probably be a huge asset for society.
Well, I mean, he certainly heard his own case. I mean, I think, look, I haven't studied the documents extensively. I mean, my sense is that the manipulations into the FTX system, the computer system, the server, which allowed them to use money that they were not legally entitled to, I think that has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. I don't think there's much factual question as to that. Do I wish I had invested in Bitcoin back in 2013? Of course, but the whole trend. If you look at the whole the Haktua girl controversy, I mean, I think largely cryptocurrency. I don't think it has not become a useful financial instrument.
Have you sent the Haktua girl your essay on fat acceptance and vaccine denialism? I think she'd be interested.
The Haktua girl. Well, I mean, the Haktua girl is a symbol of our time. Somebody who becomes, accidentally famous and then gets embroiled in a crypto scam that may or may not be beyond her understanding. Quite a symbol. I mean, I thought about how the Haktua girl, like going back to your earlier question, why can't I get my framework out there? Well, I think, how can I prevail in a world where the Haktua girl is possible, where the Haktua girl dominates? She got famous for her pantomime of a blowjob, and then made whatever money she made off of her coin. I can't compete with that. My manuscript is not going to compete with that in terms of garnering attention. Bitcoin, I'm skeptical. I don't think that it has proven to have a positive contribution to the economy so far. It's been a number of years.
I agree. I agree with that. Let me move on to a different question.
Sure.
You can certainly describe Sam Bankman-Fried's academic parents as woke, but I would not use that term to describe them. How would you feel about someone confidently describing SBF's parents as woke?
No, I don't think so. I mean, obviously I would not have gotten the fellowship if they were woke. So insofar as like woke connotes some sort of like completely visceral, unthinking hostility to foreign ideas. Well, they were interested in what I was writing, so yeah, that would not be a fair characterization. I mean, for me, their chief vice was not their response to certain political or visceral arguments, but just their embeddedness in the academic ethos, in their idea of what it means to be a serious scholar. For me, that was much more problematic than their political views, which were what you would expect for Stanford Law School, but they weren't particularly dogmatic or puritanical in any way.
Are there any scholar heretics that you particularly identify with, resonate with?
I'm not. Nothing comes to mind. I mean,
okay, just that's fine. Let's just leave it there. Yep. Got it. Let's not push it. I'm as a man of the right, I have mixed feelings about the Republicans becoming the low IQ party. I have mixed feelings about Donald Trump being such an accomplished parole whisperer. Do you think this perception that Republicans are becoming the lower IQ, lower human capital party is generally accurate over the past 8-9 years?
I mean, Trump himself said that he loves the poorly educated.
Yeah.
It's corroborated by the data. It's corroborated by the rhetoric, and it's corroborated by Trump's own observations.
Yeah. I'm disappointed that there's not sufficient gratitude for what I think overall was an excellent job that our elites did in steering us through COVID, given the confounding and challenging and difficult pandemic. I think overall the people in charge did a great job, and we should be grateful. Do you have a perspective on this?
Sure. I mean, let's take Anthony Fauci. I mean, people. Again, you could say he was disingenuous about the need for masks at various points, but he was, from what I understand, he was one of the major movers behind Operation Warp Speed. So you take, maybe certain indiscretions in one interview versus his overall role in getting the vaccines out there. I think the judgment is unduly harsh. I mean, again, you can point to certain things. Obviously, schools were closed for longer than they needed to be in the U.S. I remember early on, I was like, running in Astoria Park on the track field, and the cops like, "Go home, you can't all be here." Closing outdoor spaces. And so for a long time here in New York, I imagine LA as well, you had crazies walking around with masks outdoors, just walking down the street. So you certainly had some craziness there. But I think when you think in terms of the numbers, it's certainly if things had gone as the right wanted, which is basically everyone dismisses it as something which is like the flu, or maybe slightly worse, you would have had a few million more deaths if that's how we had, seen it. So, all things being equal, plenty to criticize on what was actually done, no question. But compared to the alternative, again, compared to injecting bleach in your veins, could have been far worse.
Right. Does the automatic antipathy for elites, say in particular academic elites on a large part of the right, disgust you as much as the closed-mindedness of the academic elite? So I see myself in the center. I don't side with automatic antipathy for elites, and I don't side with the ethos that you describe at Stanford Law. What's your reaction to this?
Yeah, no, I think I'm very much with you, and this sort of ties in with an earlier question, like you said, my book is the most sophisticated framework you've encountered, and that's also maybe the very same reason why it has the least appeal. Self-flattering that connection may be just because it's, if you do try to occupy that middle ground, then you can't really hook on to any of these very powerful emotional currents which one finds on both sides. And people will may find various things that they agree and disagree with, and they find it interesting, but it doesn't validate anyone. It doesn't help validate anyone's visceral identities. So any such perspective is going to have a limited appeal by definition.
So much of my audience wants to burn down universities. I certainly do not. Much of my audience believes that universities are woke, and I contend to them that the best and brightest in academia are overwhelmingly not woke. What do you think about the veracity of this contention that the best and the brightest in academia are not woke?
Yeah, well, I mean, by the conservative yes, I think that's accurate in light of the conservative caricature of wokeness, where you have some crazy 18-year-old. I mean, we've all seen the ban on certain Halloween costumes, and making your own sushi is cultural appropriation, or in terms of that craziness, that is certainly exceptional weirdos. Not the norms. Now, if by woke you mean something more nuanced, some sort of cultural blinkers from coming from a certain kind of background, yeah, that you might see, and that's what I discuss, and that can sort of become transmogrified into the wokeness, the caricatured wokeness that conservatives talk about. But I wouldn't say that's not the default.
So I moved to America in 1977, and I was immediately stunned by the majority of Americans seemed to be obese, and it was not that way in Australia. But now when I go back to Australia, the majority of Australians, just as high a percentage of Australians are obese compared to Americans. I would contend to you that virtually nobody chooses to be obese, and therefore I can't get all high and mighty in morally condemning obese people. Any thoughts?
Yeah, I thankfully, I've been overweight at points. Maybe I'm a little overweight right now, but I agree. I mean, it's no one would want it. You just have, as I wrote in the article, we're just the victims. They are the victims. A number of forces, but one of them is just this mismatch between our evolutionary heritage, which predisposes us towards behaviors which, in a modern context, lead to obesity, even though they wouldn't in an earlier context. So yeah, intellectually speaking, there's no reason to judge them harshly. But going back to your discussion of visceral reactions, and you brought them up in the context of homosexuality and transgenderism, I think you find them even more broadly when it comes to obesity, because at the end of the day, whatever the true causes and explanations and contexts of obesity, it is a symbol of ill health, of biological deterioration. I mean, it's scientifically correlated with them, and that's in fact how people viscerally process them. And people do have these visceral reactions. Again, as I wrote, citing Martha Nussbaum in the article, we all need to kind of distract our consciousness away from our primordial animal vulnerability, and certain disgust for obese people is one way of doing that, and that's very unfortunate. But it's kind of a very natural thing, and so I don't know if that can be the extent to which that can be countered. I think we're probably better off focusing on trying to counter obesity itself as opposed to the visceral disgust that people have with it, even though, neither is really anyone's personal fault, strictly speaking.
So I don't believe there's any other prosperous country that has as widespread loathing of COVID vaccines and widespread rebellious attitude towards COVID restrictions as the United States. The pushback in Australia was about 10% of the intensity and widespread nature of the American pushback to these things. And so this what I regard as low IQ maladaptive response to elite COVID restrictions and promotion of vaccines. It's just so widespread in America. Why do you think it? Do you agree that it seems to be more widespread in the United States compared to other prosperous nations? And why do you think that is?
Well, it certainly seems to be the case because I don't have a detailed understanding, but I think that obviously in terms of lockdown, it was the most draconian in places like China. But if I understand correctly, I think it was certainly more draconian in places like Australia and Canada than in the U.S. And yet, we are. I agree that the American reaction is disproportional to the oppressiveness of the restrictions. Again, not that some of those restrictions can't be criticized, right? I think
Right.
they were more. I watched YouTubers in Canada, and they would have to, walk with their dog just to have an excuse to be outside. In Montreal, certainly even in New York, at the height of the outbreak in the beginning, there was nothing like that. You could still walk around. You could still pick up food. You could, and not too long later, you could go in bars and so forth. Like it wasn't like I mean, obviously, if somebody's business goes into bankruptcy because of it, I understand the resentment they would experience. But in terms of, people say like we weren't allowed to leave our homes. That's certainly a big exaggeration in the U.S. And so that's what I wrote in the article. It's like, all of these things figured in to people's hostility towards the general, regime of pandemic regulations, but it only had the degree of impact it had because it tapped into these cultural dynamics, the supercharged these cultural dynamics, which were already there earlier on against the haughty elites with their different value system, their safety focused value system, as opposed to our more natural indigenous ethos. That was, I talk a lot about that in the book, and that was there in the beginning, and then you have the COVID era, and you have certain measures which are maybe unduly restrictive and ill considered, but and certainly have damaging effects on the lives of some people. But at the end of the day, they had the political meaning they did because they sort of, again, there's this more because they confirmed this more visceral sense by right wingers, which had to have nothing to do with the particular facts before them, of being oppressed by this foreign culture. And as I write in the book, that's not to say that's not at all true, but it's not because of the COVID vaccines or in New York or California having to show some vaccination pads before you can go into a bar or whatever.
Right. The truth quotient of the anti-COVID vaccine case is to me the equivalent of the truth quotient that the CIA killed John F. Kennedy and that we never landed on the moon in 1969 and the 2020 election was stolen from Donald Trump. Would that be your perspective too?
I think so. I mean, I would say maybe it's slightly higher. I mean, there's no truth to the idea that we didn't land on the moon. You know, uh, you can say there's some, truth, grains of truth. Did healthy 25-year-olds need booster shots? Did 2-year-olds need vaccines or need to be vaccinated? Different countries have returned different answers on those points. So yeah, you can't say it's that everything is completely ridiculous. But yeah, by comparison, when you consider the depths of the conspiracy theories, there's definitely a lot more BS than truth. I wouldn't say zero truth.
Yeah, so it's entirely possible that we might have a listener who graduated from Harvard but ends up working for somebody who never went to college and believes that COVID vaccines are at best useless. So the nature of reality is that people can be total dumbasses in one area, but far more effective than you in a different area. Is that fair?
You mean in terms of spreading idea, more effective than me in what
Well,
plane?
just because someone's a dumbass with regard to COVID vaccines, it doesn't mean that they're not brilliant in business.
Oh, for sure. Well, I mean, the symbol of that whole intuition would be Donald Trump, who's certainly not very good in the sober nitty gritty of business and getting things done, but certainly knows how to market himself and market a message and market indeed an entire orientation towards the world. Yeah, he doesn't have a technocratic intelligence, but he has other kinds for sure.
Right, and so it doesn't serve us to operate with outward contempt for people who deny the case for COVID vaccines. We are much better served understanding why they hold to a belief which seems to the normal educated person ridiculous, right?
Well, yes, but let's say my understanding of why they believe that, I try, let's say in the article, I try to say that I'm not, dismissing, the general idea that there would be conflicts of interest in the government or that industry could unduly influence the state in certain regards. But that even though that intuition might have some truth revealing potential on a certain level, you've got to you also have to understand how the world works as well. And that yeah, people have biases and interests, but that doesn't mean it's going to be readily possible to fake all this vaccine testing and suppress the negative results. So yeah, they have a certain perception that can, if a certain instincts, which if controlled and suitably directed, could reveal truth. But insofar as they are consumed by that and they pay no attention to how the world works and what kinds of conspiracies actually can and cannot be plausibly organized. They have no sense of social causality and social dynamics. And again, it goes back to, as you were saying, it's the poorly educated. And the poorly educated, yeah, they have a certain skepticism of the elites, and that's not altogether false, but they also have, because of their position, they don't know how academia works and how institutions work. And so it's very easy for them to imagine conspiracies which could not possibly be pulled off.
How much was the right-wing American rejection of many COVID restrictions and COVID vaccines inevitable, or was it substantially caused by the lack of nuance, lack of humility, by people in charge who perhaps could have used different communication strategies and a different manner?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think that certainly it would have been much better if from the beginning there had been a single message. Hey, these vaccines, yeah, a little COVID might still enter your body, but these vaccines will allow your body to react in time to prevent serious illness. If they had just said that without any promises about preventing transmission and infection, I mean, I would think that should be good enough to justify taking the vaccine. Obviously, I mean, to the extent that the vaccine succeeds and the antibodies succeed in neutering the virus early on, that's going to reduce your chances of transmitting it. But yeah, there didn't need to be. There were these unnecessary promises. If you take the vaccine, you will not get it. I think they're saying if you take the vaccine, it won't be worse than a flu. That should have been good enough.
So one mistake the Biden administration seems to have made in retrospect is mandating the use of vaccines, such as in the military. So thousands of our warriors were kicked out of the U.S. military. Thousands of normal people lost their jobs because they wouldn't take the COVID vaccine, or they could not get certain new jobs because they wouldn't take the COVID vaccine. And not all anti-vaxxers were comfortable buying fake vaccination cards. So therefore, they were shut out from much of normal life. For example, all those parts of normal life in many states where you had to show proof of vaccination to be able to go to a restaurant or go to a movie, or in Australia, go to a synagogue or a church. So the anti-vaxxers did, in the thousands and thousands, pay a substantial price for their position.
Some did suffer for it. I mean, part of me, one side of me reacts, well, they had these very irrational thought processes. Like, are they the victims of the mandates, or are they victims of their own thinking about the vaccines? I guess they're victims of both. I'm not disputing that they suffered. I mean, from the way I experienced it is like, yeah, I had my work required the vaccines to return. I had to show my ID to get into bars and restaurants and so forth. I didn't feel like my integrity or autonomy as a person was being compromised by that. These were at worst little inconveniences. So I mean, of course, from the literal perspective, yeah, these people suffered, but they suffered as a result of their cognitive vices. Should there have been mandates? I guess. I mean, insofar as anyone who accesses the vaccine is going to be reasonably protected against COVID, then I guess, yeah, maybe we shouldn't have cared. At a certain point, if some people, voluntarily chose to take on a risk by not getting vaccinated, I suppose that creates, a slight risk, increased risk to other people if they're walking around with it. But if anybody who wants the vaccine can get it, I mean, again, you can say, they'll say, well, okay, there were certain people who, because they had autoimmune disorders or whatever, couldn't take the vaccine. They were harmed by the refuseniks. I suppose they were to a certain extent. I just wish we were in a world where people were more rational than to have had their anti-vaccine attitudes. And in such a world, any mandates would have been, at worst, kind of an inconvenience and not perceived as an existential threat to people. I mean, that would be my ideal.
Got it.
That wasn't the world we were in. But.
Got it. So I got to run off in 2 minutes. Any final words for today?
Well, it's been good talking. It's it's been a while. Like, I'm glad we caught up on these issues. A lot of other current events we should talk about next time. Maybe like you've been following Luigi Mangione,
Yes.
Daniel Penny, crime, responsibility, interesting subjects.